They changed the fucking the actual video layout, but just not the website itself.
Yeah,
they keep updating.
They change the things that don't need to change, and they keep the things the same that need to change. Sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, Callum, what was your question about time flight?
So my question is, why did Tegan walk away? Why did she just suddenly walk away?
It's never explained.
Like, is it implying that she decided to leave, but then changed her mind? But then at the end, she's like, "So did I."
Look, I know this is a kind of a spoiler, but it doesn't really matter. They never talk about it in Arc Infinity.
They never bring up the fact that she walked away or the fact that she was left behind.
Well, they bring back that she was left behind, but it's not addressed. Like they just find her again for reasons.
She just suddenly wasn't there.
Well,
even though all of this happened, the Doctor would have surely seen her walk away. Because
who the hell knows?
Sister was there with her, and then the police came in within the same scene.
I don't know why you call her Tessa. Her name's Nissa.
Nissa, sorry, I don't know why I said. I was thinking of T for Tegan, and I mixed the names together.
So many of them. You're like, who the fuck is who?
What? How did the Doctor not see her walk away? There was only one exit.
Look, time flight's just bad.
She just teleported.
You just need to move on. You just need to move on from time flight. All right. This is a toxic relationship.
Also, why didn't they bring up Adric Bar like the very beginning and that weird hallucination?
Also, how the fuck did that plane land on that rocky mountain?
How did it take off?
Yeah.
How did it... Dude, the fucking takeoff was so smooth.
Why is the Master wearing blackface when there's no one there?
Why did he need to?
The only reason he would do that is if he knew the Doctor was arriving there soon.
And I don't think he did he? He didn't.
No. I mean, the thing is, because he didn't know, it means he just likes to fuck with people for no reason. He just likes to dress up and cosplay. Also, Khalid is a fucking Arabic stereotype. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he was also very lame.
Like it's already iffy that you have blackface in Classic Who. That's done to have so that a white actor can play a different race, right? Because they didn't have a lot of multicultural actors back in those days that were talented enough to play the roles that were written. So they put blackface on them so they could play those roles. The most famous example being Lee Sen Chang from Talented Wang Chan. They had, I think what's his name? Is it John Benton or something? No, hang on. No, John Benton's a fucking character. John Benton's from the Pertwee era. No, it's some, I can't remember his name, but it's John something. So he played Lee Sen Chang. However, that's different to what Time Flight does, which isn't an Asian or black character in universe being played by a white actor. It's a white character in universe pretending to be an Asian person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's in universe blackface rather than real life blackface. That's meant to not be blackface.
He decided, you know what? I think I might put this on. I might fuck with these people.
And also, it's not just that. It's also the fact that he made himself wear a fat costume as well, and he pretends to do the language and the mannerisms, and it's just so cringe.
Why? But kind of, we needed it to be that so we can have the twist of it being the Master who somehow survived Castrovara.
It's a really annoying situation because you can tell Anthony Ainley is having fun, but I don't like that he's having fun doing this. Oh dear. You know, Ogier got a point. 5 was more interested in the next cricket game than Adric that just died.
I know, that was so dumb. Literally, they have the little bit at the beginning, which was decent. I actually liked that, but then they never did anything like that again throughout the whole story.
Yeah, except for that one time Adric just randomly appeared.
The Doctor literally never mentions Adric once after the first scene with them in the TARDIS.
Also, fucking hell, you notice those I got 2 massive big beefs with the pilot characters. So, and the thing is, it's annoying because those actors are really charming. I've seen the behind the scenes for Time Flight, and those actors are really charming. But We never get to know who they are before we get to the bloody place.
Like, I just enjoyed that they were like somewhat competent, but even as characters,
we never get to know who they are or any of the people in the story. So we're like, who the fuck are these? Why do I care about them? And secondly, how do they know how to fly the bloody TARDIS?
They don't really. It's the guy somehow. Wait, so the old man fucking kills himself for just some reason because he wants all the knowledge. Okay, but then he actually fucking turns up on the TARDIS and then flies it so that the Doctor can get out of it.
Yeah.
So he can, get out. But then they never bring it up again.
It's funny because the one thing that Adam remembered from seeing Time Flight years ago was bad green screen. But honestly, I don't even think green screen's an issue. It's not even in the top 10.
Well, it was just that one part. They only did green screen once, didn't they? And that was with the Heathrow bit.
Yeah.
Which it was bad. Like, I don't think you needed that at all. They could have literally just filmed like right next to a building or something with just regular cameras.
They didn't even bother to update it on the Blu-ray, by the way. They just kept it the same.
Funny.
Because I mean, the thing is though, it was for a good cause. What they did instead was they improved the effects in Castrovelva. So that the continuity of, the cliffhanger where everything's all morphed together, they improved the continuity of that effect, which I think is much more important than the fucking Time Flight green screen.
You know what would have been really cool if Tegan and Nissa called out the Doctor for being weirdly in a set, he was trying to just let's go on an adventure to cheer us up.
If it was actual drama,
Doctor, what the fuck are you doing?
I mentioned this because I did a video on Time Flight for Western Classic Who, and I mentioned in there there's so many opportunities on the table to do things like that. Like, one of the biggest ones is when he introduces Tegan and Nissa to the pilots at the start. I said, well, what if he had said, "Oh, this is Tegan, Nissa, and oh wait, no."
Yeah, or even just literally an and he just pauses, and then he's
just something small like that, But they didn't do that, and in the special features, Eric Sayward said, "Well, that's what we just did back in those days. You moved on to the next story," and I'm like, "Yeah, but this is a very special circumstance. I think you need to address it, and not only do you need to address it, the story would be so much better if you did."
Yeah, there'd be a lot of characters there. That's what this here's just talking about the whole season. Season 19 is actually pretty good. It's a really, really solid season.
It's really good.
One thing that
until Time Flight, yeah.
Yes, it actually, that it really falls apart at Time Flight. And the one thing that really surprised me about season 19 was how strong the characterization was for all the characters.
Yeah,
that was one of the things that really shocked me, especially for characters like Tegan and Adric. I was actually really surprised how much character writing they got. In a lot of scenes, especially Adric. I think it was in God, what was it? Which one was it? The Visitation or whatever the episode's called.
Yeah.
He gets him wanting to go and find the Doctor. Him kind of feeling useless was a really neat thing, especially given how in the last couple stories he's been a bit of a nuisance. But even then, he's learned from especially from Forward to Doomsday. He in the very next story takes that and is kind of uses the fact that he fucked up and be okay, I'll do that same situation, but I'll be smart about it and not actually join them like an idiot.
Yeah.
It's really neat stuff.
What's another great thing about Adric is that the story before his death, Black Orchid, they just show him being a boy. They just show him being a young boy, just sort of really hammering down the fact that it doesn't really matter that this guy's a math genius. He's just a child. And then, of course, you get Earthshock, which is his death. Spoilers. Anyone watching?
Great stuff.
Everyone knows though. But season 19 is actually really solid. But then Time Flight kind of fucks it all up.
And then Time Flight,
it's a real shame too, because Time Flight could have been great.
Time Flight could have been just a nice little end to the season story.
It could have been that last piece of the puzzle that fits it all together, but it just isn't. It's just crap. And but and there's so many interesting ideas and concepts in there, but they're all just executed really lame. And there are things from Time Flight going forward that that are created from it. It's just the story itself is just...
The story itself is kind of garbage.
I will say, though, it does have its moments.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I don't think it's not like...
I think
it's not like real bad. It's just bad.
I can't remember if it's like the end of part 3 or if it's part 4, but there's that confrontation between the Doctor and the Master near the end of the story that I think is actually a really good scene.
Yeah.
And the way Davison acts in it reminds me a lot of Tennant in that scene. The way he like raises his eyebrows and all that. But yeah, season 19 is real good.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. I think overall it ranges within each story around the like 6 and 7 mark.
What you've got, because you got season 20 next, what I think is going to be interesting is seeing how, because now that Earthshock's happened, seeing how the Fifth Doctor becomes more jaded. Because that's what I love about the Fifth Doctor, is that he never stays the same. He always changes in every story. There's always something a little bit different. And especially when you get a major event like the death of Adric, you see his... Even though obviously Time Flight didn't handle the aftermath very well, you see his attitude shift. And, you know, in season 20, he becomes a bit less optimistic. You know, he's not that cherry-eyed daisy that he was in Castrovelva anymore. He's a bit more like, well, fuck this. You know, and he's a bit more like, I don't know about that. And then of course you've seen a couple of stories in season 21, and by that point he's just done. He's just like, I can't. You know, like in Frontiers, and he's just like, well, if you're gonna kill me, you better get on with it.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah. Even in Kinder, when he was like faced with a gun, he was like, "Well, if you just drop the gun, I could actually concentrate," or something to that degree. And it's neat. He's just a really neat Doctor. I think he's just so charming and witty, but like the acting is fucking phenomenal.
Oh,
for the whole season.
Oh yeah, Peter Davison is definitely one of the stronger actors to play the Doctor. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
He's probably he's one of the ones from Classic Who that has he's kind of got a dramatic touch that's before its time. Because, you know, and that's not to discredit any of the other actors from Classic Who, because they're all great. Every single one of them are great actors, but a lot of the other actors from Classic Who, they're quite theatrical. Like Tom Baker is very theatrical, Colin Baker is very theatrical, John Pertwee is very theatrical. Sylvester McCoy is quite theatrical, and I would even say the 60s Doctor, to an extent, though a bit more conservative in their performances, but they do have a theatrical side, especially because like William Hartnell did, you know, Carry On films, which are comedies, and his comedy style is quite theatrical, and as is his, you know, his anger as well. And then, you know, obviously Troughton has a lot of nuances, but when he's a bit when he gets a bit excited, he is quite a theatrical actor, especially in like season 6. But Peter Davison isn't, and I think that might be why some Classic Who fans don't like him as much, because he's not theatrical like the other Classic Who actors. That I would say he's a lot more like a New Who actor. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but Davison is a lot less theatrical than the others. But I think that if you really, you know, sink your teeth into his performance like we do, there's a lot to love there, because he has so many little details that he does with his performance, and
his delivery of like dialogue is probably like one of the best things about him. Like,
he's one of the best.
How he delivers things.
He's great. Yeah. He's great at exposition, which is something that like, it's funny because people often will try and compare the 13th Doctor to the 5th, but that's one of the biggest differences between them, is that the 5th Doctor is really good with exposition, like really good with it. Although to be fair, part of that is also probably because the exposition is better written.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's way better. Like, it's nowhere near as bad.
No, Game Trailer Prime, he's not men, Big Finish. He's great. Stop bashing him. Stop it.
Yeah, but the 5th Doctor is pretty great, and season 19 is pretty great.
Yeah.
And honestly, The companions aren't bad. They're actually okay. I think they're pretty decent.
Yeah, honestly, and considering that the actors were all very, very inexperienced, I think they're much better than you'd expect.
Yeah, Adric was a big surprise, I think, for this season.
Oh, Adric is genuinely one of the most underrated companions in the whole show. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm baffled that people don't like him.
I think I'm
kind of baffled.
I think there's a kind of Mandela effect because he has dislikable traits. But I think that...
I mean, yeah, but that was the point. That's why the Doctor and bicker so much. Because of, like, past like stories and as it goes on and on, and how Adric feels like a joke.
There's other characters that are like this, though, that get an unfair bashing. Like, you know... like, for example, like, one of the biggest examples we often talk about is how one of Rose Tyler's defining character's traits is selfishness. And a lot of people think she's a bad character because she has selfish traits. And they don't actually recognize that there's, you know, the character that's there, and you know, there's a quote from Russell T Davies where he described the biggest weaknesses, intentional weaknesses that he wrote for each of his 3 female companions, and for Rose it was that she's very selfish, but then what defines her as a character is the moments when she's the least selfish, because she's overcoming that flaw in her personality. But for some reason, people just don't see that. And yeah, so Adric has a lot of issues because he's very intelligent, but he's low on compassion and he's immature.
He lacks a lot of, like, human emotion.
And he also,
in most cases.
And also in For the Doomsday, he doesn't really respect women either.
Yeah. But I think one thing I do appreciate is that I think throughout the season that sort of, like, grows, and he does... I actually really care for everyone around him.
Yeah, because obviously,
especially in Earthshock.
Like he only just met Nyssa and Tegan at the start of season 19. Like he only just because they only first appeared like in the previous 2 stories. So he'd only really just met them. So he didn't really know.
I disagree. I don't think Adric's acting is like stellar, but I think it's just fine. I think it's serviceable for like the quality of this season.
I think Matthew Waterhouse is a lot more charming than people give him credit for. I think that again, because the actor himself hates his own performance, I think people translate that as him being a bad actor when he was young as well. But I think anyone that's going to look at themselves acting when they were that young is going to cringe. Like, regardless of who you are, that just happens.
Yeah.
Like, you know...
One thing I also...
bloody, you know, like, Daniel Radcliffe, Rupert Grint, and Emma Watson, they find definitely the first and maybe the second Harry Potter films quite unwatchable because they don't like watching their child acting. And that's just naturally going to happen. You're going to cringe at your performances when you were young. Yeah. I mean, he's no, he's no Jack Gleason, but I wouldn't expect that.
No.
I mean, Jack Gleason's better than most adult actors.
One thing that Earthshock especially, I think, is when I really realised this. I really disagree with the notion that with Classic Who, you can literally watch any story and it's just as good if you, like, watch it in order.
Yeah.
And I really disagree with that because Earthshock, the very beginning, like the first scene with Doctor and Adric, the whole scene is filled with stuff from previous stories in that season. You know, you got the Black Orchid book from the very last story. You've got the stuff from like Kinder, and I think there's like a mask in the background as well from like probably Kinder or Castrovelva, and just other bits and bobs. Like, and the whole conversation is like caused from previous stories to do with the characters of the Doctor and Adric. That whole scene is like, you understand where this conversation has come from. And it's like, it's very rewarding. When I first watched Earthshock, it was just like, it's just good dialogue, you know, but I don't have the context for any of this.
Yeah.
And now watching it now, it's a great scene.
And also,
given the context.
There's other context that you haven't even seen. Like, there's stuff from Revenge of the Cybermen that's followed up on. Like the gold elegy, and also the way that the Doctor commands a ship of people in the threat of the Cybermen, which shows the difference between Tom and Peter Davison, Because in Revenge of the Cybermen, the Fourth Doctor is able to convince a ship of people to follow his orders, whereas in Earthshock, Davison tries to do the same thing and they don't listen to him. It's because he's not as convincing. And so he has to work a lot harder to quote unquote save the day because he's not as convincing. And that's one of his biggest character flaws that really defines who the Fifth Doctor is, and it makes him affable and interesting. And also the other thing is that because you haven't seen season 18, you haven't seen all the build up from Adric, from his first story. From
the very start. Yeah.
Like you haven't seen his interactions with Romana as well, because that was a 3-story thing. Although
that was brought up. Yeah, that was also brought up in Shock.
Yeah, and you haven't, because his first story was full circle, you haven't seen where he comes from and what his background was like. So having all of that context will also add to it as well. Yeah. I mean, the only, when thinking about Classic Who, the only real, because I recognized this when I made that sort of Venn diagram a while back. Not a Venn diagram, what is it called? There's a brainstorm, that's the one. And I recognize that the only real season you can watch as self-contained stories, kind of, is probably season 17 outside of Destiny. Because they're all just sort of these self-contained adventures. But the reason why that season is like that is because it's the Fourth Doctor getting his holiday. And so you're not going to have a lot of overarching ties because it's kind of a payoff to his character arc. Because, from his first episode, he made it very clear to Sarah Jane, that he wants to get away from the responsibilities of the Brigadier unit and the Time Lords. And throughout his run, he's constantly being held back by things that are stopping him from having that holiday. And it's not until season 17 that he finally gets that holiday. And so what you get is you get a bunch of self-contained adventures of the Doctor and Romana having holidays, if you know what I mean. And then that kind of runs over a little bit into the start of season 18 as well. But once they end up in E-Space, which is when they meet Adric, that all changes, and that's when the entropy arc begins, and that leads to the Fourth Doctor's death, which then leads to season 19, which is where you are at. So there is a lot of ties. But yeah, you could theoretically watch something like City of Death or The Creature from the Pit as a self-contained story, or Nightmare of Eden, or The Horns of Nimon, and not need context. But for the most part, I think Classic Who is very much a show you should watch in order. To really understand
definitely
the events and what's happening. Something like Genesis of the Daleks, most people watch as a self-contained story because it's a popular story. But because I watched Classic Who in order in this marathon, it's so much better when you know all of the context going into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah,
definitely agree. I definitely do not agree with the fact that you can just watch any story at any point without the context.
I think that's probably something that's just happened with the... there's a few reasons for it. I think it's part of the sort of... Firstly, the show having aired over so many years and people catching on at different points, which is fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. But then also, it's the whole culture behind the way the DVDs were released, and they were all released out of order, and that's kind of how people collected and watched Classic Who, as they watched them all out of order, as self-contained stories. And then there's also the fact that, 97 episodes of 60s Who are missing, and so you can't really, unless you have the tolerance for telesnaps and animations, you can't really watch Doctor Who in order as a complete product. So that's why a lot of people choose to dart around and watch certain things. And also because millennials have terrible attention spans, and for some reason watching Doctor Who in order is a struggle for them. So, but thankfully you seem to not have that issue.
No.
I mean, it kind of helps when you're actually interested in what you're watching. When you actually want to see
I was intrigued throughout the whole season. I was very much entertained and intrigued by everything.
Yeah, well, especially because it's new stuff too. Stuff you haven't seen before, but stuff you've heard about.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I've like as an example, never seen anything from Kinder. I didn't even know that kind of story existed.
I mean, I
watched it.
I posted
and thought
tweets.
It was pretty good.
I posted tweets.
Oh yeah,
about,
but I probably haven't seen a lot of them.
Yeah, I did post tweets about the Mara, and I believe in. Oh God, it was the experimental episodes discussion I did with Adam. It was like a Patreon request video we did. We briefly brought up Kinder and Snake Dance, but at that point I actually hadn't seen Kinder. I'd only seen clips of it and heard things about it, and I had seen Snake Dance, but it was years ago. But yeah, I have brought it up briefly before, but because I've watched them both this year, my mind's much fresher on Kinder and Snake Dance, and I love those stories. Those are ones that have gotten better as I've rewatched them because they're quite textured. That Christopher Bailey, the writer, has added a lot to those stories. There's a lot there, and there's a lot of like metaphor in there as well. Also, speaking of Kinder and Jack Gleason, that guy in Tegan's vision looks a lot like Joffrey. Would you agree?
He does actually. Yeah, I was thinking that he looks a lot like the actor who plays Joffrey. That's very interesting.
I think I said on Twitter before, after I watched Kinder, I said if they ever wanted to bring back the Mara in New Who, I reckon they could cast, like, if Jack Gleason was still an actor, they could have cast him as that character again. I reckon that would have been awesome, and he could totally pull it off too. Like, the acting style is so similar to his acting. You know, the real sort of sadistic psychopath sort of acting. Oh man,
yeah.
Russell T Davies, bring Jack Gleason back in your era and do another Mara story. Oh, just hell with it. Just fucking bring Tegan back. You know, you could totally do that. You could bring Tegan back and have her interact with the Mara again. You know, as a returning companion. Like, how cool would that be?
That'd be pretty neat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Season 19 is very solid stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd imagine it's probably one of the most underrated seasons, maybe.
I think
it's very underrated.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what crowd you ask, really. But yeah, it does go underrated in some circles.
Well, a lot of people, like, even people in our Discord have said Castrovalva isn't that good. People said, in just
people
the fan base in general.
People like Joey and Jacob and Dylan all think it's boring.
What?
Yeah.
That's boring. There's so much character.
I know.
Oh my god!
Maybe they just don't care about character. They just want.
I guess not. Fort to Doomsday is pretty decent.
I know Joey literally thinks Fort of Doomsday is worse than Time Flight. Like, what the fuck?
What? How? Yeah, there's like a lot of like the whole stuff of Adric and the Doctor. I think is pretty neat. I think the actual idea is pretty well realized.
Did you watch the video I did on Fort of Doomsday?
You mean like the reaction that you did?
Yeah.
After I watched it, I watched the like reaction portion, and like I pretty much agreed. Yeah, with how
I was so surprised. I was like, "Wow, this is not boring at all. This is really interesting."
It was not boring. It's a very slow burner, but very entertaining for the whole thing.
Oh, God, people just don't like.
I think the final couple minutes are a bit iffy, but
the ending is bizarre.
I was just reminded me
of something out of like one of those really cheesy Saturday cartoon shows where the ending is like really quick and you're like, oh shit.
I just found it strange how I can't remember the guy's name,
Monarch?
But he just doesn't go inside the TARDIS.
Yeah, Monarch.
I was really surprised. Like, the door is open, he could just walked right in.
Yeah,
it's strange.
Like, I think I did say that in the review. I was like, Fort of Doomsday was really solid until like the last 30
just
seconds.
Solid. Yeah, for me, I think it was the last couple of minutes, but I think overall it's just solid with some iffy bits, but it's not bad at all. It's nowhere close to being bad.
Yeah, no, it's real good. Yeah. So hopefully you like season 20. It's quite.
Me too.
Season 20 is quite a disliked season by a lot of people on Twitter, but I like it. There was one story in season 20 that was really on the edge, and I do think, under close analysis, I think I would say it's a fair argument to say it's a bad story. But yeah, I think season 20 is very underrated, but we'll see what you think of it. But
we shall see.
Yeah,
but so far so good. For the
funny
Fifth
thing
Doctor.
is, do you remember, because I did Arc of Infinity in the Worst of Classic Who series, and at the time, Adam and I weren't very positive on it. In fact, I think we were more negative than positive. I think Adam was very negative on it because Omega is one of his favorite characters. But I rewatched it in the marathon, and I actually found the Gallifrey part of the story actually a really good political drama. It's just the Tegan return stuff is weird, and the stuff in Amsterdam is just weird. But although there is one moment in the Amsterdam stuff in part 4 that I think is a really good bit of subtle character stuff for Omega. But I won't spoil that for you. But yeah, I think I definitely overlooked the really good stuff in Arc of Infinity when I first watched it, which is the actual stuff, the actual plot on Gallifrey with the Time Lords and Colin Baker playing one of the Time Lords, Maxwell. He's fantastic in that story as the villain. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, I actually really like season 20. And you'll get introduced to Turlo, because that's when he joins the TARDIS, is season 20.
Yeah.
And also, it's the anniversary season, so it's a whole bunch of returning characters in every story, and then you get the 5 Doctors at the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
That will be interesting indeed.
Yeah, and you haven't seen season 16, so you won't have any context for who the Black Guardian is, but I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah, like this is another thing with context. Like, if you've seen the Key to Time, then you'll have more context for the Black Guardian when he returns. But to be fair, he's only really in the last 5 minutes of the Armageddon Factor. So he only really appears right at the end of season 16 on a monitor. So I guess it's not like you needed to see a lot to understand the Black Guardian. You just needed to understand a couple of things. But I reckon, I'm sure you won't suffer as a result. And then, of course, you get season 21, which you'll end up getting to Caves of Androzani at the
yes,
which is
a season we've actually already seen 2 stories.
Yeah, you have. Yeah,
two very, very, very solid stories.
I can tell you that 3 of the ones that you haven't seen, I think are really, really good. The Awakening, Resurrection, and Caves. Caves, in fact, is fucking phenomenal. And then Warriors of the Deep is crap. I think it's. I'm very
excited to watch Warriors. I will say, not lie.
The one thing that did change this time round was that I enjoyed it, whereas the first time I watched it, I definitely didn't. I did enjoy it this time, but it's still a bad story. It's man, that's one of the ones where it actually is the opposite of context, because, well, actually no. Oh god, how do I say this? It's like, if you have seen Doctor Who and the Silurians, the John Pertwee story, you'll understand why it's written the way it is, but the problem is that if you haven't seen Doctor Who and the Silurians, it's shit. Because you're like, well, why should anyone care about the Silurians if they're going to be like this? And, it's that kind of story where it's like, it doesn't address the actual characterization that's important. It does a thing with the characters that makes them a certain way that can't be understood without context. It's in fact, it's almost like, if you haven't seen Doctor Who and the Silurians, you probably will be like, well, what the fuck is this? And even then, it's still a downgrade. And then, of course, in terms of production, obviously, the Merca is a disaster. And a lot of the Sea Devil costumes are a disaster as well. Like, there was that one guy that almost fell over. And the choreography and the overlit sets, and it's all Margaret Thatcher's fault. It's all her fault. She was the one that like hogged the BBC studios and made them do it 3 weeks before they were meant to. And then because they were running out of time, Eric Sayward couldn't fix all the continuity errors that Ian Levine pointed out. And it's just, it's a shame, really. It's a shame because the final 5 seconds of that story feel like they should be a defining character moment and sort of set the course for season 21 for the Fifth Doctor, but it's just not, and it's really sad.
It's sad.
But that was like after Warriors, in terms of the Fifth Doctor stuff, pretty fucking good, I'd say. Unfortunately, though, the Twin Dilemma is at the end of season 21, so that's a shame. But yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I do think on the whole the Fifth Doctor era is actually really good and underrated. Much better than people say.
So far, it's on track to being that.
Yeah, it's very, very solid. Like, I wouldn't, it's not as good as Hartnell, Troughton, Pertwee, or Tom, but it's really solid.
Mm-hmm. One thing, though, just one final thing I want to mention is, like, when I watched Black Orchid, very solid stuff. I think it was a very decent story with a lot of charm to it. One thing that did annoy me, though, was the mum was, like, being like, okay, what are you doing? And also, how have you not been, like, how you just got away with everything scot-free? You were about to send the Doctor to jail falsely. And it's just like, at the end, like, the Doctor doesn't even, like have a conversation where it's like I get it. It was your son,
yeah.
But you didn't say anything, and that was really bad.
I mean, it's if it was a longer story, they may have addressed that. But
yeah, just like, come on, this mum's kind of insane. Not gonna lie. Also, the fucking when the brother goes for the hug, I found that quite comedic. How he just fell off the roof. It was just like, okay, all right.
Yeah. Would you say, because this is kind of a little bit of an argument that people have been having, do you think Black Orchid counts as a pure historical? Because the argument is, are zombies real or not? Because he's an undead human, so does that make it sci-fi?
Yeah. I mean, not. Well, is a zombie apocalypse sci-fi? Depending on the context, okay, well, but I wouldn't say so.
Here's the thing, because a pure historical means it's got no sci-fi elements in it. It's not. It's all sort of
true.
But it's like the.
But it's not sci-fi.
And also he's not specifically stated to be a quote unquote zombie either. He's just an undead human of some kind. It's very strange.
Well, he has some brain functions.
Yeah, I don't know if it counts as a pure historical or not.
Probably not a pure historical, but it's not sci-fi.
Yeah, it's kind of halfway between being one and not being one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas the thing is, with all the pure historicals in the 60s. You can, apart from the ones that have historical inaccuracies, obviously, and sort of different representations of certain characters and whatnot. Like pretty much all the things that happen in them could happen, like in real life. That's why they call them pure historicals, because they just go to a historical place where humans are doing things in history, and there's no aliens. Yeah. But, like, a zombie's not an alien, is it?
Not really, no.
Yeah. I don't know. It's more like just a murder mystery that happens to have an undead person in it.
Also, what I find very, very funny about the beginning is a very big contrivance. Not only was there a guy outside the station who happened to be looking for a guy called a doctor, the doctor. Not only that, they also needed someone to play cricket as well.
Yeah,
which is quite like, it's funny, but it's like, okay, all right. The doctor also, this doctor is a big fan of cricket and is also very good at cricket. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one good thing about like the Doctor's wife is it kind of retcons the TARDIS is taking him to places he needs to go, but it is still convenient.
Exactly, yeah. But it's still very convenient.
Yeah.
Also, someone looks exactly like another person, and which is also connected to like, I guess, the main bad guy.
That is an example of a really good retcon. The Doctor's wife is that it explains a lot of bullshit.
It does. It kind of does.
Yeah.
But I always took you where you needed to go.
No Game Trailer Prime.
We have that.
The Black Guardian was not in an earlier episode. That was the White Guardian.
Wow. Racist. There was also in fucking Time Flight. There was a line that says like black and white. I can't remember the exact line. It was like funny how in this story they had a line like that with the blackface.
I think that story's aged even worse because now, like in hindsight, because it's a poorly portrayed caricature of an Arabic person in a story about crashing planes. That's a terrible vibe. It's so uncomfortable. I was like, oh god. And then I remember watching this.
I need to watch your reaction to the episode. That's funny.
Yeah. Me and Mason, man, it was
I watched
rough.
a bit.
It was rough.
I watched a bit of it, and it's just like when he fucking pulls out the newspaper of the cricket, and you're just like, aren't you meant to be sad, Doctor? It's just fucking hell. Come on.
I know.
Tonal whiplash.
Yeah, no, that's because like, you know how people they always they complain about like, oh, why does the 10th Doctor cry about Rose? And it's just like, why don't we bring back the good old days like Time Flight when he just forgot about them?
He literally never mentions Adric. The fucking Tegan. They don't even mention the fact that they saw a hallucination of Adric, and they don't even bring it up. Yeah. Just so fucking weird.
It's real sad though, because like, you know, me and Mason, we watched it on the reaction, and both me and him are the kind of people where we like almost all of Classic Who, both of us, and neither of us could do Time Flight. It's just bad. There's no way around it. There's just no way around it. It's just bad. I'm gonna put my bowl in the kitchen and I'll be back.
All right. So yeah, I enjoyed season 19 quite a lot. Bar the ending, which was very bad. They also didn't explain how the Doctors survive Castrovalva, which is very annoying. Very annoying. They just say, how you survived, and like, yep, he did. So fun. I love it when Doctor Who does that. It's never at all annoying. Never annoying. Time Flight is a disaster. Probably not as disastrous as like other really bad episodes like Hellbent and such, but it's not good. It's not good. I mean, the acting throughout is fine, bar the yeah, it's just yeah, and I don't like it when they do that. But even then, like, the Master literally was like trapped and with no way out, and the castle also disappeared, and it's like, oof, you're really not even gonna try. Again, with Mark of the Rani, they do the same thing, and it's like, okay. Even then, when I watched it, obviously I had no context of Planet of Fire. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But they don't explore it. You know, it's just okay. Okay. God almighty, almighty. But yeah, not a very good ending, which was real sad. Oh, really? If that's actually what happened, it's like okay. Like the explanation could have been shit, but yeah. Yeah, that is pretty true. Like, yeah, it wasn't perfect. But that doesn't mean it wasn't great. It just wasn't perfect.
Right, yeah. I also broke my headphones the other day, so it's got tape on it, but one of the sides, like the bottom of the headphones, is sticking the other way. So it's going to be really awkward.
Oh boy,
it's annoying. It's very annoying. Okay, I think we've mucked around enough.
Yes. Okay.
We are here to react to and respond to the Council of Geeks video that came out recently, which is hot take Russell T Davies' first run on Doctor Who wasn't perfect. Now, if we take now if we take that in the literal sense, then yeah, of course, it's not perfect. But
yeah.
I think that's not what this video is going to be. I think that's my guess is that's a hyperbolic statement. What they really mean is it's not as consistent as people say it is, and it's not as great as people remember it being. I think that's probably what they actually mean by that title. That'll be my guess.
Yeah, and it will all depend on what extent does Shiite actually mean.
Yeah. But yeah, we have encountered some very interesting takes from Council of Geeks on Russell's run before. Obviously, Council of Geeks did put Series 4 at the top and still does, but I think the hot takes are more to do with 1, 2, and 3 with Council of Geeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will be better? Probably not.
It's funny though, because Jay thinks that Series 4 is the weakest one.
That's really funny considering how Jeb has recently rewatched Midnight and Turn Left and considers them like 10 out of 10.
I don't think that's why though. I don't.
Oh yeah, I know.
I think it's probably got to do with.
But even then, like first episode's pretty great. Second episode is bloody good. Yeah. Third episode's pretty good. Fourth episode, what was fourth?
Sontar and Stratagem.
Yes, that's pretty decent. I think that gets pretty badly bashed for no real reason.
The Doctor's Daughter gets too much shit too. It's got good stuff in it.
Yeah, it's got stupid shit in it, don't get me wrong, but the characterization of the Doctor and Donna is great, and Martha. And people say that the half part of the episode is like meaningless. It's really not, because we get world building on the Hath. We understand who the Hath are, so it's not a one-sided thing.
Yeah, I actually think Unicorn and the Wasp is really good as well. I think that
pretty
one gets
funny.
Overlooked. And then obviously the next 4 episodes after that are masterpieces: Sons of Library, Forest of the Dead, Midnight, and Turn Left.
And then the finale is not good, but it's got solid characterization.
Here's the thing, though: The Stolen Earth Still not it's not as if for series 4 to be like considered low, I feel like you'd have to be.
They would both have to be like ones.
Yeah, you know.
And then Stone and Earth is like a 5.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe Jay is counting the specials as well. I don't know. Although to be fair,
even then though, Waters of Mars.
Yeah, Waters of Mars, best ever, and I know Jay considers Planet of the Dead to be fine as well. I guess it might be just be End of Time and Journey's End would be the beat, but I'm not sure.
Oh, and the next Doctor isn't that bad either.
Yeah, except for the Cybermen.
So I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, it would probably be if it were to be my guess, the feasible criticisms would probably be Journey's End and End of Time. But I don't think that's enough for it to be.
That's not enough.
That low.
You guys realise that Series 2 has Fear Her and it has
Idiot's
Lantern, which are two. Oh boy, God boy.
I do think Fear Her is a lot of fun though.
Oh, it's fun. Fucking garbage though.
New Earth has a
Council Man is probably the best written character, unironically.
He's great. New Earth has issues too.
Oh, it's got a ton. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? I don't think. I think when Jay says that, I don't think they mean it that harshly. Yeah, I think it's probably more like they are quite close, but I don't know. We'd have to ask them. We'd have to ask them what they think. It might. It might actually. I got a thought. Actually, it might be the fact, not necessarily the episodes of the characters, but it might be the overarching story. Because I do think I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but from memory, I believe I've always had the impression that the Series 4 overarching story is probably the weakest one from the Davies era, and compared to the other 3.
Probably.
Because I think
it's all just the lead up to the finale.
That's like the Torchwood one in Series 2 is really solid, and then
there's a lot of good stuff there.
Bad Wolf one is fantastic, and then the fucking Series 3 one is just unbelievable. Like, it's off the charts.
You get world building in the background, which is really neat.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like the Series 3 one. That one's ridiculously good. It's almost too good. Like it's almost so good that you need to spend 10 years rewatching it to understand it all.
Yeah, and with Series 4, it's just Rose. Not to be downplaying it, but it is just Rose popping up a lot, and planets disappearing, and that's pretty much
actually,
it.
if I were to have one question about Midnight, is they're on that diamond planet, right? So how is Rose appearing on that screen?
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, I think that's like the only thing from the entire of Midnight that is
also
a bit of a question.
Why does Rose appear at the end of the first episode?
Yeah, because she just happens. I mean, I guess
she's doesn't she know who Donna is at that point?
I guess. Well, the thing is with Rose appearing there, it ties into the same reason why the Doctor and Donna are close but don't see each other until the window. It's part of that same thing.
Connor, don't look at the latest comment. Don't look at the latest comment, Connor.
Well, too late.
Ridiculous is not the word I would use. I'd use masterpiece.
Oh wow, very good word to use considering who's in it.
Isn't it so nice to have a doctor who's a master who's quite competent, and then whatever they do is kind of explained.
It takes a well-developed and a well-developed companion that went through experiences that taught her how to outsmart a mastermind in a really interesting and logical way that ties into their emotional arc and the themes of the series.
We don't get any stupid shit like leaving just a TARDIS as an object that isn't a part of the times it's landed in. Just for some, why the fuck is the chameleon circuit in Spyfall broken or stuck? Just why?
No idea.
Why?
No idea.
No fucking clue.
Oh, but Callum,
shit.
The Master in Spyfall is so exciting and zany, and he's like a rabid
He's so
dog.
arrogant. He's so arrogant.
He's so
why does he just kill the Doctor? Why?
He's so crazy.
God, man.
You know what? I've just realized. You know what Sacha Dhawan's Master reminds me of? He reminds me of Dean Ambrose's WWE character. where he's just like, it's just like, that's who you are. It's such good shit.
It's such good shit. Chris Chibnall says to Sacha Dhawan.
Yeah, like, you know, in his mind, being unhinged is, you know, being unhinged. It's being
fucking smashing his head into a desk,
knowing what you're doing, but having an erratic behavior. Whereas what Vince McMahon and Chris Chibnall think it is just being stupid.
Being constantly stupid and then also frothing at the mouth for no reason.
Yeah, it's like they got rabies or something.
Man, it's so nice that John Sims Master was so competent.
Yeah, it's because his version of being crazy is being in control and loving it.
Yeah.
Here come the drums, baby, baby, baby. You are my voodoo child.
I can't decide.
You know what?
You shall live or die.
You know what's going to be great is in like 20 years when kids look back and cringe at that old music, and I can laugh and be like, ha ha, it's great.
Yeah. You know, actually, you know what? Probably Sacha Dhawan's Master has that song in his hair, like, I can't decide whether you should live or die. Throughout the entire Spyfall, instead of the drums, that's what he has in his head.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why Chris Chibnall wrote him like that, because he's like, oh, there's that one song that defines his character. He sees that song in Last of the Time Lords as exposition about his character.
And that's it. That's all he needs.
Yep.
The whole running thing in that is so dumb. Like, fucking why?
Actually, you know what, Gensula Prime? If you were to argue Dhawan being better than Ambrose in WWE, I could actually see that. Because Ambrose's WWE character is terrible.
Yeah, but Dhawan's character is also very bad.
Although I think the difference is there are actually good moments.
Yeah, I think O's, like, the hints of O being kind of like sus, I think are pretty neatly done enough.
Yeah. No, I do not have a brother in the UK that sings. No, I'm just.
That'd be crazy.
No, I'm just a typical bloody, you know. I just look like people because I'm white and have brown hair.
We certainly have a time on this podcast. We have our time.
Anyway, it's been an hour, so I think we should start the video.
Yes.
Let's hear what Council of the Geeks has to say about our Lord and Savior Rusty D.
Yay.
That we're also super excited that Russell T Davies is coming back. Allow me to throw a wet blanket on the enthusiasm. Just a little bit.
You're not the only one, to be fair, so...
Yeah.
I mean, we're on the literal last EDAR, so...
I'm skeptical about the BBC's motivations, but I'm optimistic about the production.
It is RTD.
So when I did my video talking about the return of Russell T Davies as the showrunner for Doctor Who, I actually mentioned in it that while I'm excited and very interested to see what he'll do,
sound ringing in the background on the right.
Perfect in his original run as showrunner, and I said somewhat offhandedly that I could do a whole video on the issues I have with his tenure. And enough people expressed an interest in me doing that, yeah, here we are. Before I get into this, there's a couple things I want to be really clear about. One, despite the joke I made in the intro, I'm actually not trying to dampen anybody's enthusiasm. I'm not trying to tear down Russell T Davies. I've actually done another video where I talked with Chris B. Pro, arguing that RTD was better than Moffat as a showrunner.
Oh,
so
that's not competition though. It's real easy.
And in addition to that,
real
I
easy to
don't have any sufficient reason to believe.
Yeah, because most of the criticisms of Russell T Davies are personal preference rather than,
than actual criticism that can very easily be made. Let's be completely honest.
Yeah. But
have you heard of a thing called New Earth? It's not hard to criticize.
Yeah.
The issues I'm about to outline are going to repeat when he takes over again. I mentioned in that video previously that he has changed enough as an artist that I don't think he's going to approach it in the exact same way with the exact same mindset that he did before. So the one other thing that I'll mention is some of the things I'm going to talk about are not unique to him. Actually, a fair number of them were continued through Moffat's era. So don't bother pointing that out. I'm well aware this is not about how Moffat is better. This is just looking at RTD's run in a bubble by itself and talking about some of the problems that I had with it. Okay? Okay.
Very good.
Yeah, we're fine.
Well, I suppose we should start with kind of the elephant in the room, which would be the camp. Now...
Okay. I'm just going to say I love the camp.
That is not what I was expecting. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, you know what? I mean,
was not expecting camp to be number one.
Call me narrow-minded to expect something, but I would have thought Council of Geeks, given the personality, I would have given that they would have really liked camp. But you know what? Not everyone's the same.
Not everyone's the same.
I will say, so, okay, on a personal level, I love the camp, but I think the point that I would want here is I would want them to justify why it would be damaging to the characters or the show, like, if you know what I mean. Like, I think to criticize the camp and say that would be a bad thing going forward would be, you would have to actually justify it with, this is why it makes the storytelling worse, rather than saying... that you don't enjoy it, if you know what I mean. But I do really enjoy it. But I also think that if you ask me to justify it, I think I probably could do that as well. I've done this a lot with the Slovene. When people ask me about the camp Slovene, there's often a reason why they're like that, and it's much more complex than just fat people farting and laughing.
No, that's what it is, though. That's all it is. It's just it's for the kids. Farting's just for the kids.
No.
It should be pointed out,
keep
Doctor
them
Who has always been
chuckling.
Relatively campy to some degree, often just by virtue of its production budget back in the classic era.
Speaking of...
the thing is, Council of Geeks, the Merca was not on purpose. That was...
Yeah, also, I don't think bad production is considered camp.
No, I think... If you were going to showcase camp, I would probably show something like, the Horns of Nymon, or the Romans, or the Underwater Menace. Like, you would show camp acting. Like, my dreams of conquest. Like, that's camp. Whereas, I think accidentally making the Merca look like a Chinese dragon covered in green seaweed is not camp.
Lean into that a bit more intentionally in a way that, for me personally, I didn't love. However, I'm putting this one at the front because I actually don't want to dwell on it that much. While there was more campy elements to his tenure than in, say, Moffat or honestly even Chibnall,
Chibnall like
that...
only very rarely has camp, like with King James and a couple of other characters. Most of Chibnall, who was trying to be quite a serious Sunday night drama with a bit of a bit of family-friendly sort of adventure, which is interestingly it's quite clashing tone as well. It's quite clashing tone that kind of makes the show very strange to watch.
Chibnall also doesn't. It's a consistent thing that Chibnall just doesn't think about any of the repercussions of any action the characters take, which is very so interesting.
Oh yeah, there's one other. Jack Robertson in Revolution of the Daleks is quite camp, but not in Arachnids.
Yeah, that is very true. He's very campy in his last appearance.
Yeah, I think it's probably because...
Also quite stupid.
It's probably because it may be because they heard that the response to the Trump thing was really bad.
Yeah.
And then so he might have decided, well, I'm just going to make it fun now rather than trying to actually be Trump. And he's a good actor. He's actually a really good actor. And he has a really good screen presence, but it's just unfortunately, Chris Chibnall was tone deaf.
He's very tone deaf.
Yeah. Anyway.
He tapered
now
off
they'll see the real
those.
you.
The first series is the one that has the most blatant camp elements. I felt like it actually got better balanced during his time. They were
that's so good. So fucking great moment.
I just wanna point out though, like, there's a time and a place. Like in the very next story, Dalek, there's almost no camp, and it works really well because it's a much more serious story with a much more serious threat. But then, of course, and also, because someone might be like, well, that's because it's got a Dalek in it. But actually, if you remember, the Daleks in Series 2 and 3, there's quite a lot of camp in those stories because they're different stories to Dalek. Like when you get, like, the bitch fighter Canary Wharf and you get the Daleks Manhattan two-parter, there's quite a bit of camp in those stories. However, despite that, they're still murderous fucking warriors. And the camp comes from their confidence. It doesn't make them any more stupid. It just means they're confident. Yeah. Anyway.
Which is actually why when I did a video a couple years ago talking about where to start newcomers to the show, I actually don't recommend starting with Rose and with Series 1 because I
disagree massively. That doesn't make any sense.
It's of a lot of what the show became since, even under RTD's own tenure. So
I'm gonna push back on this one. Usually Counselor Geek says start with Series 5, and
don't.
Yeah, my biggest argument against that is Victory of the Daleks is a really, really bad first Dalek story.
Yeah.
If you want to,
but also there's a lot of context you miss from it.
Yeah,
as well.
Of course. Because unlike some people, we understand that Doctor Who is not just self-contained stories.
I always go to bat for the scene in Victory with the Doctor smashing with the clashing with the Dalek. I'm probably in the minority, but I think that scene is good. Fucking fight me. But imagine watching that and having no fucking context what the fuck is going on for that. Seriously.
I think even if Victory of the Daleks wasn't a bad story, it's still why the hell would you not want Dalek to be the first one they see?
Exactly. I'm sorry, but no. And even then, Series 1, what it does so well is establish all the starting points you need to understand what the show is. Series 5 doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's a very
Series
different
5 is
kind of starting off point.
Series 5 is more focused on what it's introducing that's new. Just
exactly,
the new characters and the new tone and the new story. It's not about introducing the show to a new viewer. And Moffat has said that it is a jumping on point, but it's not like he wants you to watch that as your first story if you've gotten given any option. Most people will tell you start with Russell's era because that's just the sensible thing to do, really.
It's Series 1, Episode 1.
You know what?
Start with that.
You know what? 10 years time, they'll come out with updated CGI for Series 1, and it will be more palatable for a modern audience. It'll happen.
Hopefully, yeah.
Because everything else is pretty timeless. I mean, there's obviously some references that aren't, but most of it's very timeless.
Yeah. Rose is just a very solid, with issues, don't get me wrong, but it's a very solid first episode.
But I think it's also more than just the first episode. It's the whole first series. Everything that's introduced to the new audience is done so well, and Series 5 isn't focused on that. The only thing with it is just the tone of it is more accessible to certain audiences than Series 1's tone. And that's probably why Counselor Geek is making that argument. But for the actual substance of the show, the actual things that matter, Series 1 is the better introduction. And I think this is actually one of the things that really that really affects the way Council of Geeks looks at the show is they will often judge things by tone rather than substance. Is what I've found. Anyway. Oh, and also the other thing is that if you start with Series 1, you've got years of good shit to watch, whereas if you start with Series 5, you'll end up with Series 6, and it all goes downhill from there. So, don't do that. All of the things that sit up in the first series you watch get fucking massacred. None of it matters, so it's not good. Don't watch that.
Don't.
Start with Series 1, or if you're more of a, like, you know, old school kind of person, I don't know, start with Season 7, because that's the first one that's not got missing stories in it, and it's really, really good. So there, yeah. Those are the two jumping on points I suggest for people, is either Rose or Spearhead from Space, because those are the best points to... I mean, obviously, An Unearthly Child is the ultimate one, but I think if there wasn't missing episodes, then that would be one of the best ways to start, but unfortunately... it's not as accessible. But actually, to be fair, if we get to a stage at some point where all episodes are animated, I think that would be a much more likely option.
Yeah.
But, I always say start with Russell's Era because it introduces things really well, and it's just very, very, very good.
Yeah, Series 1 holds up very well.
And, like, you don't have to like the camp to appreciate the show either. Like, there are so many things about the show that outside of the camp that are worth watching for. The camp is just...
characterization.
The camp is just, like, just a flavor that's put on the show. It's just this icing on that cake. There's so much more to Russell's Era than just the camp.
I don't love a lot of the camp elements in this. I am prepared to move on from that because it seemed like even RTD realized, maybe we don't need as much as we started out with.
No.
But I think
I would actually argue that there's a lot of camp in Tennant's Era as well.
Oh, there is.
I mean, fucking Partners in Crime. Have you seen Partners in Crime?
It's so good, camp. Oh my god, I love it.
You literally have a scene where the villain falls to her death off a building. And it's so comedic.
Yeah.
And you have the scene at the window where Donna and the Doctor see each other, and there's, like...
No, that is cinema.
Murray Gold is, like, playing tunes to it.
The music becomes its own character for the
literally,
scene, which is
David
great.
Tennant as an actor is so camp. Like, what?
I know.
Why? I don't know what this point of view is.
Didn't mention it, so let's move on. Next up, I want to talk about the mystery box format, which...
Okay,
this is something that Marcus mentioned in the last EDAR.
Oh, great. So fun.
So I just want to get out the way first. Mystery boxes are not inherently a bad thing. They're only bad if you're abusing the audience and jangling keys at them.
And there's no ending inside.
Or if you're not doing that, but it's just poorly executed, which does happen as well.
Yeah.
But RTD's arcs are fantastic. All of them.
It is not unique to this era. Actually, most series of Doctor Who have this to varying degrees. How intrusive I feel it is goes...
I hate that word. What do you mean intrusive?
Which one? Like, it's invading the story?
Yeah, I know. That I really don't like when people use that word, because it's like... It just is the story.
Yeah.
That's just what it is. It's not intrusive. It just
is
we're
leading to.
You know, like, intrusive, to me, if you said intrusive, I would think of something like distracting. So something like, I mean, I guess this is meta, but you know in the Time of Angels cliffhanger when it broadcast, like, the Graham Norton ad came on the bottom of the screen? That's intrusive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Or something like, in Game of Thrones, when Hot Pie had his exit and you had that really loud music playing, that's intrusive. But I don't think the arcs are actually intrusive. I think they're just part of the story. I think it's also this kind of reaction is just some weird obsession with Doctor Who being this, like, bunch of self-contained adventures. I just don't get that, because that's not what the show is. It never has been.
and down series to series. But every single one of RTD's series had it. Now, when I say mystery box, I need to be really clear about this because people misconstrue this a lot. They seem to think that I have a problem with there being a series overall story or an arc or some sort of thing cooking in the background of Doctor Who at all, and that I want it purely episodic. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is there are other ways to do it besides what RTD did every single series, which is to take one thing and just keep dropping and sprinkling it.
But that's not the only thing he did, though. That's only one detail.
Did you not watch the Saxon arc where, like, the actual hints are, like, they're even in the fucking background, which also help with the world building?
For some reason, people have this impression that, like, I think Marcus said this before, Marcus Cotton, I should say, not Marcus Spiro, that it's like a Where's Wally puzzle, but it's not. It's not just sprinkling hints. There's so much more to the arcs than just the hints. The hints are part of it.
What do you think the whole scenes from 42 mean? What do you think those mean?
It's
not really sprinkled.
The hints are part of a hook, but it's not the whole arc. There's way more going on with the RTD arcs, with the world building, the story, and the characters and the themes than just the sprinkling of hints. And I don't understand how people don't see this, because it's so obviously there. But I guess because it's not like pushed on your face, they maybe don't notice these things, they don't remember them. But they are there.
If they're like referring to, it's always stuff like Bad Wolf on the side of the TARDIS.
Yeah, so like they only remember the things that are visually represented. Is that what the issue is? That people only remember the things that are like, yes, I saw those words on the screen and they were said in dialogue. That means that's what the arc is. It's like they don't notice all the other detail that's there. They don't notice the texture. They only notice the fucking posters. I mean, no wonder bloody advertising on TV is so loud and obnoxious, is because people just don't they don't notice things.
Nah.
Anyway,
across the show and not have it pay off until the finale in series.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, nah.
That's not true. There's payoffs. There's payoffs all the way throughout the series before the finale. The finale is obviously the climax. That's when everything, comes to a head and adds up. But there's payoffs throughout. Like, when the Doctor gives a TARDIS key to Martha in 42, or when he lets her, travel here with him full time in Lazarus Experiment. Those are payoffs that happen in the middle of series 3. When you think about like Gridlock, when he confesses that he lied to her, that's in the 3rd episode of the series. But I don't think Council of Geeks would have noticed that, because for some reason they think that the arc is just the Vote Saxon posters when it's not.
Nah, it's not. It's really not.
There's a whole web of things that count as the series 3 arc, and it's not just the Vote Saxon posters.
That's all we get.
Series 2.
What about Torchwood? I know I'm not supposed to know about it. I realise that. Not even the United Nations.
Torchwood impacts so many episodes, like Tooth and Claw, for example.
Yeah, that's where it all starts technically.
Yeah, like we get a payoff to knowing what the hell's going on and what Torchwood is in the 2nd episode of series 2.
Mm-hmm. Which then branches off into its own thing.
Mr. Saxon. Yeah. And then in
what do you mean that's
4,
telling us?
It was the planets vanishing.
What do you mean lost? How'd you lose?
Well, it was also Rose.
I would say series 4 is the least intrusive of those. The other ones feel incredibly...
I think it's the other way around.
Yeah. I think they're probably saying that because Series 4's arc doesn't have like a code word. I guess the bees are disappearing is one of them, but that's kind of like
just planets.
That the bees are disappearing is just kind of a parody of RTD's arcs. He's just he's taking
and then they try to explain that they try to set that up as like there's an explanation of how they. And
I think that's a really nice thing to have for like the series where Donna's the companion. It's like before you had Bad Wolf, Torchwood, and Vote Saxon, which are all very serious words, whereas this one is just the bees are disappearing.
The bees. It's like funny. It's yeah.
But yeah, no, this is no. I think
like we literally said, like Rose popping up in midnight. That makes kind of no sense.
Yeah. Well, and with intrusiveness is the reason why they're probably saying that is because Series 4 doesn't have like that. It doesn't have a jingle. It doesn't have a lingo. It doesn't have a catchphrase to go with the arc. So it's not apparently quote unquote as intrusive as the other ones that do, which is really strange. It's a really strange way to word it because there's full episodes that are impacted by Series 4's arc. Like Fires of Pompeii, one of the biggest parts of it is the prophecies. And that's a huge part of the Series 4 arc.
There is something on your back.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the whole thing of, like, the Dr. Donna and, oh, yes, we're not married.
Never, ever.
And then there's the bit with, when, when I think it's when they ask River Song, like, well, what happens to Donna, and River Song doesn't say anything.
Yeah, good stuff. Real good stuff.
Oh my god. Such good foreshadowing.
In the future, I just give you my
And oh my god, bloody... have we forgotten Turn Left? The entire episode is about the arc. The entire thing.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
The most important woman in the whole creation.
Yeah, and then you get Midnight, which is also part of that as well. In terms of character.
No. Yeah, lovely stuff. Masterpiece.
Yeah, the way that they frame the 10th Doctor without Donna is just one of the best things in the show. It's just so well done.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
Just shoved in there to remind you, hey, this will explain it eventually. The reason
it's not shoved in.
They're making it look like it's some kind of advertisement, like it's sponsorship.
Hey, check out the finale, guys. We've got Bad Wolf coming your way.
Yeah. Doctor Who Series 4 is brought to you by DollarShaveClub.com.
It is brought to you by the bees disappearing.
It's brought to you by Squarespace. You can add all the planets you want to your Squarespace.
This episode of Doctor Who is sponsored by Skillshare.
Oh, God.
Learn how you could destroy 20,000 people in Pompeii today.
These Doctor Who specials are brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
When I'm not trying to solve a case of a massive bee killing people, I like to chill out and play Raid Shadow Legends.
God.
That would be like the commercials for like Doctor Who Wipeout would be just all these commercials in these different Doctor Who stories.
Is your Who getting a bit hairy? You might want to try Manscaped. Oh dear.
God. The Torchwood episodes just turned into like an advertisement for the Torchwood TV series.
The Unicorn and the Wasp is brought to you by honey. But when the bees are disappearing, the honey is still there. So you can get good deals.
That's fucking great. That's what they think the RTD era is.
It's just fucking product placement. Oh, God. Dear.
Vote Saxton. Also vote for your favourite games at the Game Awards.
Oh, dear. Fuck's sake.
That's all this era is. It's just a bunch of advertisements.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, I genuinely want bloody Christopher Eccleston to appear on an ad, and he like really intensely says the catchphrase, and he says, "Nah, just a coincidence."
And they get a bunch of like adverts just transmitted to the TARDIS constantly.
2 words: Surfshock. God, Bad Wolf is just a VPN server.
Well, it's the Bad Wolf channel you can get with your exclusive VPN.
Oh, God.
Watch The Face of Bo with Bad Wolf VPN.
Yes, you need a VPN to watch stuff that people on other sides of the spaceship can watch. Other sides of Satellite 5. Or you can use a VPN to watch whatever they're watching on that ship from the beast below. Starship UK VPN. Fucking hell. Oh god, we got a question about the reality bomb again.
Oh boy, and it's about turn left too. How
I don't
perfectly
have time
to
go into it now, but there's a Reddit thread that Azmat Mahmood found me where they explain the reality bomb. So I guess Azmat, you could probably send it to that person.
Yeah, I would have to. You could probably send that to Jeb to see if it works as well. Maybe.
Yeah, it's I can't remember the exact details, but it comes down to like infinite. It's not like there's an infinite number of everything universes. It's more like there's an infinite number of decisions that could be made to create pathways to different universes. So I think it's like you can have what is it? You can have like an infinite number of numbers, but none of them can be negative numbers or something like that. Like it's not that every single thing ever exists in a parallel universe. It's more just like there are an infinite number of things that could happen, like infinite possibilities rather than infinite like impossibilities, if that makes sense. And turn left establishes that with like its pathways. It's more about pathways rather than, you know, a fucking sandbox universe. Anyway, the Reddit thread explains it, and it makes sense to me. So, and the hook for it. Now, obviously, there are things that could cause this to be problematic anyway within Journey's End, but the hook for it existing and it not being a plot hole in Turn Left is that for Davros to come out of the Time War, Dalek Khan has to rescue him. But for Dalek Khan to rescue him, he has to go mad. And so there's not a single potential timeline where Davros comes out of the Time War without being stopped by Dalek Khan. So the reality bomb can't happen because Donna and the Doctor being there is part of Dalek Khan's plan to stop Davros. Yeah. So like you can't
the
have
issue.
So the only universe where it actually ends is where Donna's not there. And that's why that thing happens in Turn Left with the stars going out. It doesn't, you know what I mean? Like it's like you have to have for Davros to come at the Time War and create the reality bomb, Dalek Khan has to go mad, and also tie to the Dr. Donna as well. So there isn't actually a possible universe where the reality bomb can succeed with Dalek Khan, Davros, and the Dr. Donna all being there. And the only one where that wasn't a thing was the Turn Left universe where the Doctor died in The Runaway Bride. So that creates a scenario where that happens. But it only happens because Donna is convinced to go back in time and change her decision.
Yeah.
But in that timeline, Rose helps her to stop that from happening and reverse it. So, and there's also no other parallel universe where Donna makes that decision. There's only one, and it's created in that moment with the Beetle. I think that's what the explanation is. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what it is. And so, because Donna chose to change back to turning left, it meant that there was no parallel universe where Davros succeeded with the reality bomb because the Dr. Donna was there. But then, of course, there's a whole bunch of other things with Journey's End that you could go into and be like, oh, well, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. But when it comes to the actual part of Turn Left, that isn't a plot hole. At least as far as I understand it. Anyway.
box format is that it's not actually strung with a story that you're like, ooh, where's that going? It's literally just dropping something that has little to no meaning until they explain it.
No.
That
until they explain it. Okay. All right. So you mean it actually makes it work, and then it has a reason to exist? Oh, I don't know, like the Saxon stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we've already explained why this is a bad take.
Doesn't
really
super
bad take.
Me. It is me because I'm just like, yeah, okay, yeah, I know you'll get back to that, but right now...
Yeah, but there's so much more going on than just the hints. You need to pay more attention. Sorry, Council of Geeks, but you need to pay more attention. There's a lot more going on than just the hints.
Yes, please.
There's a lot of layer and texture to all of those hints that you're talking about.
It means nothing. So up until they...
Doesn't mean nothing! It means everything!
Doesn't mean nothing.
It holds the series together like a fucking web. It's great. If it wasn't there, you'd have a bunch of dangling episodes that don't mean anything. There's a whole reason why they tie together. It's all to do with the world building, the story, and that has to exist because when you're going to all these different locations and time periods with the same characters, you need something that binds it all together for the story to be cohesive. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So what we've learnt here is if Russell T Davies didn't advertise Skillshare and Squarespace, then they'd probably be fine with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine just having the finale come out of nowhere with no setup.
Show where it was going. I don't. Like I said, the planets disappearing was the least intrusive because when it came up, it actually mattered to the.
Everything mattered in series 1, 2, and 3 with.
So the phone call in 42 didn't matter. Didn't set up sound of drums.
I mean, I guess there's I guess there's a couple of examples where it's not like as important. Like that policeman in the Idiot's Lantern knowing about Torchwood isn't really that important. But like for the most part, when these arcs came up, like they actually impacted the world building.
Why do you think? Do you think when Pete mentions Torchwood in the parallel universe? Do you think that's set up for the fact there's a Torchwood in their universe? Maybe. Oh my god!
The reason why Bad Wolf appears so often is because Rose in the finale sent it to places they had been. Like she sent the message around to places that they had been in the past, so that's why it keeps appearing. There's a reason why it happens. And like Torchwood
it gives you context.
Torchwood. The reason why that props up makes sense as well, because they're always in areas where people know about Torchwood.
Yeah. Good, sets up the finale.
Mm-hmm. You know why there's Saxon references in the Earth stories? Because there's a fucking election about to happen. Have you... You know, Council Geeks...
literally said, we missed the election.
You know, Council Geeks, you live in America, you'd know all about elections. You know what it's like when there's about to be a US election? It's fucking everywhere. It's everywhere. You can't miss it. It's on buses, it's on walls, it's on your TV. It's on the internet, everywhere.
The vote Saxon thing's been everywhere. And along with the fact that Martha says I was going to vote for him. Shows how much power and pull he has.
Yeah, and when they're in places where it's not when it's not relevant because there's not an election on, there's other things like the fob watch, or the master, or the fact that there's angels in a series that's about religion, or there's ties to the Saxon group with the phone call in 42, or you get. An overarching story with the Dalek bloody thing with what's it called, the Cult of Skaro, that ties back to series 2 and ties forward to series 4, or you get stuff like Gridlock, which ties into understanding that when humans are in peril, they will band around, a religion of the past and a figurehead to lead them and save them, because that's what humans do, and it's something they do in the finale as well. Or something like the Shakespeare Code, where they learn about the power of words, which is important to the finale. It's more than just the bloody posters.
Plot, as
just
opposed
posters.
To all the Vote Saxon stuff or all the Bad Wolf stuff, which only mattered in retrospect.
No.
Do you not understand how that works? Do you not understand how setup works when it gets revealed? It means, so that had actual meaning? Oh my god!
You know, it's kind of nice to be rewarded when you pay attention to details and then you later find out that they were important.
Yeah. Man, it's kind of nice how the people who made the show actually cared enough to put details in so that it actually not only gives it,
it's kind of nice to have that little gag when the Doctor travels back in time to the start of Smith and Jones to see Martha, and it's like a real funny trick that he does that ties into his character, and then you find out that the entire series 3, the Master did that to the Doctor. It's really nice. Yeah. It's really nice payoff when you get that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know what this take is.
Worldbuilding's cool.
Now, again, saying that you can't make a mystery box format work. What bothered me about this was the fact that he did it every single time.
Well, why not? It works.
Why does it matter if it's good? Why does it matter? That's the format. But what matters is the execution. Every year, he pretty much executed to a very high standard.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the issue?
I'm expecting they're probably going to say something like, "Oh, Moffat changed it up every year. He mixed it around. He experimented." The thing is they are all mystery boxes to an extent, but they all do it differently.
Yeah.
So I don't get this argument that it's the exact same story. It isn't. They're all done differently.
Really not.
And arguably did it with the specials as well, because he introduced the 4 knocks thing in the second of those.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? It works. It's good.
What's wrong with it? It leads to the best scene in the RTD era, up there at least.
Yeah, the 4 knocks twist in End of Time Part 2 is one of the best scenes in the show, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely up there.
And the scene in Waters of Mars when he says 3 knocks are all you're getting is incredible.
I know, after the literal bit where he's like, the laws of time.
Yeah, okay, so
and they will pay me.
So, the 4 knocks thing in terms of plot isn't as developed because it's only across 3 stories, but it still works really well because it ties into characters that had a long-term development.
Mm-hmm.
I feel is been way overused, and as I said,
what do you mean overused? There's so many things I could point to so many things and say that they're overused. Okay, why are they using British actors? That's overused.
Oh my god.
Why are they doing sci-fi? That's overused. Why are they using
so much human companions?
Yep.
That's overused.
Yeah, why are they using close-up shots? Why
does the Doctor constantly go to Earth? That's overused.
Yeah, why does Murray Gold use an orchestra? That's overused. Why is the Doctor's TARDIS a police box every time? That's overused.
Fucking so overused.
Yeah, why does the sonic screwdriver exist? That's overused. Why doesn't he use something else? Why does he have companions? That's overused. Why do the Daleks keep appearing? Why does the Master keep appearing? Why does the theme song never change?
Why is it called Doctor Who all the time? Overused.
Yep.
RTD left, so I'm well sick of that. But even at the time that he moved on and Moffat took over, I was already done with it. I don't think it's a particularly clever or engaging way.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, I mean, the context that the context that they're trying to frame it in, it isn't clever, but that's not what happens. It's a false accusation. It's not the only thing that happens.
What the mystery box? How he does the mystery boxes is like he also has a lot of we keep saying world building, a lot of establishment of what's currently happening, especially in series 3.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just the fact that it's this thing in a box and it's a mystery. It's doing a lot of other work.
Yeah, and this is probably Councillor Geeks on this front, I would imagine, is probably the kind of person that would say, oh, it's good because they didn't do arcs in Classic Who, which is completely wrong. They did them all the time. She's probably the kind of person that will say, oh, they only did it in the Key to Time and Season 12 and Trial of a Time Lord. Because it's obvious. It's there's a MacGuffin to follow. There's an object that they're collecting, or there's a trial going on at the same time as the stories, or you have this device that they need to travel around in to get back to the TARDIS. Like, that's probably what they would see as an arc, but they're not recognizing everything else that happens that is an arc. Like in season 13, when they're trying to get back to the Brigadier, but the Doctor is too incompetent and ends up in all these different places before he gets there. Or in, or in like season 26, when it's all based around Ace's discovering who she is, and the 7th Doctor digging it out of her. Or something like season 1, where Ian and Barbara keep saying, well, you're going to safely get us back home because you kidnapped us, and he can't do it because he doesn't know how to fly his ship. Or something like season 7, when the Doctor has to work for UNIT and have no TARDIS, and he's trying to build his TARDIS back together, and when he tries to fly his TARDIS prematurely, he ends up in a parallel universe in Inferno, and it fucks everything up. And then eventually he ends up saving themselves because he went there to see the potential future. Or something like season 8, when the Master keeps appearing. Or something like... there's so many things. Season 18, how entropy is increasing the universe, and it ends up in the finale costing the Doctor's life. Or season 19, when it's all about Adric not fitting in and being prematurely brought on travels and not being ready for the world despite being a maths genius. Yeah. Or how about, season 5, how Victoria Waterfield's anxiety is getting the worst of her, and she's finding it very difficult to handle travel, and she just can't take it anymore, and she has to leave Jamie, who's in love with her. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of overarching story there, and I don't understand how people don't see it, because if you watch the show, surely you'd see that, but clearly they don't. And clearly with Russell T Davies' Doctor Who, they don't see that either. All they see is a bunch of fucking advertisements that link things together, rather than seeing what the actual substance of those links are, like what that ties into. It's just so disappointing. There's so much good shit in this show that people don't see. It's annoying. It's so annoying. Bloody hell.
To string along an overarching story for the series, and they did it every time. That bugs me.
Why?
The next couple are going to circle around the...
Why does it bug you?
No, why didn't you explain why? You didn't ever explain why it bugs you to extreme, like... So if it's bad because it just sprinkles around a certain thing and that's it.
I suppose so, yeah.
That's not really anything.
Well, that's not actually what happens. That's not the only thing that...
That's not even what happened.
Oh, great. They found the Reddit thread. That's good. Anyway.
Companions. The first one is a bit superficial. The latter one, not so much. The latter one actually frustrates me a bit more. But superficially... I really don't like that he contrived reasons for the Doctor to kiss the companions.
What? What?
Okay. Shall we comb through this? Shall we comb through this? Right. So the first time the Doctor kisses a companion in the Russell era, I believe, is Captain Jack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason why that happens is because Jack is saying goodbye because he thinks he might die. And he actually does die, but he ends up getting brought back. It's his way of doing things. He's from the 51st century, and he's also like pansexual as well. So so he says this is him saying goodbye to his friends before, see you in hell. Kisses the Doctor, kisses Rose, says goodbye, right? That's not contrived. That's part of Captain Jack's character. The next time it happens is because he needs to drain the Bad Wolf energy from Rose's body to save her life.
And it comes with a cost.
Yes. And, whether you like it or not, because some people get really angry at this, he loves her. And this is established.
Nah.
This is established in every previous episode in Series 1 before the parting of the ways.
Nah, that's not the Ninth Doctor.
Oh my god.
I'm making that up.
My fucking god.
Nah, no romance whatsoever here.
Yep, right. So then the next time after that is when Cassandra controls Rose's body and kisses the Doctor. Again, that's...
Cassandra is like all sex, kind of.
Yeah, Cassandra has been skinned for the last 100 or 1,000 years or whatever, and is, finally feeling what it's like to be a woman again, and is, her hormones are on fire because she's, she's all excited, and it's like...
The Doctor going like, still got it, is very weird.
Yeah, it's not...
That's the biggest thing I have with it.
It's not particularly well executed, but it's not out of character for that to happen. For Rose
it's not contrived.
It's not contrived. Then after that, the next time is when I believe it's, unless I'm mistaken, I believe it's when it's Madame de Pompadour, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, who kisses her?
Yeah,
who kisses him?
Yeah, she kisses him, because the man from her, the man of her dreams has returned, and
she's an adult.
Yeah, and she's she's been infatuated with him, ever since she, remembered him as this figure, and it's like mystery often causes attraction like that, like mystery of certain things can do that, and she's an adult now, and that happens. So that's Madame de Pompadour's choice, and it's not contrived. It's very in character. Then the next time after that is there's a bit in the Impossible Planet where Rose kisses the Doctor's helmet goodbye because he's going down to a dangerous place, and she's saying,
just more affectionate stuff.
She's being affectionate and saying, I hope I see you again, which is why that scene in the Satan Pit when they reunite is really satisfying for their characters, because they never thought they'd see each other
because they spent a whole episode away from each other.
Yeah. Then after that, I believe is... Oh, I can't remember what's after that. Is it Smith and Jones? Is it Smith and Jones after that?
No, Voyage of the Damned.
No, Smith and Jones is before Voyage of the Damned.
Oh no, that is.
Yeah, so the reason why he kisses Martha in that is because he needs to transfer DNA to her so the Jadoon will get confused.
But then it also sets up Martha's arc as well.
It's also not contrived, and he says, at the end of the episode, that was a genetic transfer. But Martha sees that
make it all character based too.
Martha sees that as, flirtation, and it sets up the character. It's not contrived. Then after that, I believe is it Human Nature?
Yes, and it's the Doctor as a human.
Yeah, so John Smith and Joan Redfern fall in love as humans.
Yeah, that works. That's fine.
Absolutely not contrived whatsoever. Then after that, I think is Voyage of the Damned, isn't it?
Yep.
Unless I can't think. I don't think there's anything with Jack that in series 3. No. Yeah, it's Voyage of the Damned. She kisses him, right? The first time.
First time, and then the second time is freeing her.
Yeah. I could potentially maybe seeing that being a bit forced, but you know what? I don't think it doesn't make sense. I think it's just a ritual. It's a ritual that you do to send people away. Then there's, I think after that is the Unicorn and the Wasp, isn't it?
Which is just they make fun of it.
Yeah, the Unicorn and the Wasp is a joke in the fact that they've built up that the Doctor and Donna are just friends and they're not married.
The Doctor fucking says I should do that more often. He's like,
he says,
it's not referring to the kids, which is funny.
He says, I need a big shock, and Donna's like, wow, you're gonna get one. And it's fucking hilarious. Then after that, I think is the Metacrisis Doctor with Rose and Journey's End.
Different. Well, not a different character, but it's the more affectionate because he's a human now.
Yeah, it's a version of him. Then after that is Planet of the Dead again. Christina kisses him. It's not his choice because because she's attracted to him.
Because he's very handsome, very handsome lad.
And I think that's it.
And also saved her life.
No. Then there's Day of the Doctor. I forgot about Day of the Doctor. Bloody Queen Elizabeth and the Zygon.
It's just funny. That's just funny.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it.
And then he gets married.
Yeah, and I think that's it. I don't think there's any other time that it happens. And every single time it happens, it works.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are times in the Moffat era where this happens, where it's not done well. I can certainly say that. Although whether or not that's the Doctor, I'm not sure, because a lot of them is the other person, like the scene in Flesh and Stone. I guess it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just a stupid scene. And then you've got the scene in Dark Water where Missy kisses the Doctor, which is just oh dear,
it's very strange.
Very strange. There's actually one of the weirdest ones is Dinosaurs on a Spaceship when he kisses Rory. It's so weird.
There's also the Crimson Horror.
Oh no! I forgot about the Crimson Horror.
Remind you of that.
The Crimson Horror.
See, I wonder what era handles it better than the other.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's also Tasha Lamb as well. Anyway, load of bullshit. Anyway, but yeah, no, the Russell T Davies era kisses are well done. At least the ones with the Doctor. I can't think of any others that are not well done.
Nah.
Yeah.
Every single series with every companion. Because, with Eccleston, he had to kiss Rose to take the
yeah, they're in love. They're in love, and he has to save their life.
Like, I understand that they rationalize it as...
I don't know if Counselor Geeks knows this, but, like, in mythology, kissing is like a healing thing. It's like, it's like part of... It's like a thing that exists, and the Doctor's, part of quite an ancient race with ancient traditions. So tying it into mythology is actually quite cool. It's not contrived. I don't know what they're talking about.
Something other than a romantic kiss, but it still felt weird because while she definitely had a romantic thing going with Tennant, I never got that vibe.
I don't know how you didn't get that. It's all fucking...
I don't know how you didn't get that.
The entire series is built around it. There's a specific moment in End of the World where you see it, like, really... Like, the argument they have in End of the World is like an old married couple, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then there's that scene in The Unquiet Dead when he says, "I'm so glad I met you."
Yeah.
And then there's that scene in World War III, and he's like, "I could save the world, but lose you."
Yeah.
Which means there's stakes in her existence versus the world, which is his responsibility. And then there's the scene in Dalek where he says, "The woman you love." Yeah, or how about Father's Day? Going through an experience like that, something that's very important to a loving relationship is being able to support and be there through suffering. That's something that Mickey could never give her. It's something that the Doctor does for her that Mickey can't, which is a mature and like important part of a loving relationship. Or how about, the Doctor Dances? Have you seen the Doctor Dances lately? Counselor Geeks, your favourite episode of New Who that you did in your ranking? Your number one favourite episode. Did you watch that? Did you not sense, the chemistry that they had in that scene where they were dancing together? Or how about Boomtown, when Rose goes off with Mickey and Jack comments on the Doctor's jealousy? You want to know why? You want to know why? Because he loves her. Fuck's sake. I don't understand. Honestly, I feel like the 9th Doctor shows a lot more like actual romance with Rose than the 10th. Genuinely, I actually think that because in Series 2, a lot of the time the 10th Doctor is actually trying to avoid it because he knows that it's going to end. It's going to end horribly for him. But you get a bit of like fun flirtation, but a lot of it is just him saying, one day I'm going to have to let you go. Whereas in Series 1, a lot of it is growing that connection.
Yeah. A lot of Series 2 is them like bantering a lot.
Yeah, I do not understand how people can't see. Are they just in denial? Like that Series 1, there is a romance there. Is it because he's like, 41 years old when he was acting in it, and she's like, 21? Is that why? Is that what the reason is? Because
it's gross.
If you actually pay attention to the characters, it's all there.
All there.
From her and Eccleston, personally. So that was weird. Then when we introduced Martha, we have the whole kissing to make her read as not human briefly.
Yes.
And so we contrive it there. And then with Donna...
It's not contrived.
Ugh.
It's not contrived. It's set up. For fuck's sake.
It's like the inciting incident of the romance. Well, the romance that Martha has for the Doctor.
The unrequited romance.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
It's played for the biggest comedy thing where she kisses him as a
yes, it's very funny.
And like, I get that you're lampshading it, but you're still just doing it. And
it's bad because you're doing it. It's because you're doing it. Doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter how. It's just because you're doing it.
It's just no pleasing. There's no pleasing here.
Overall, the
frustrating.
romanticizing of Doctor in general and the relationship with the companion in specific, that frustrates me. And when I say romanticizing, I don't necessarily mean in terms of having an unrequited or a requited love interest, because obviously that doesn't apply to Donna, but she still gets this romanticized thought of what their relationship is, insofar as the way
because he has history with Rose and Martha, and he doesn't want to repeat it again.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be addressed because it's part of his character. It's part of who he is.
And they also do a lot of jokes. They acknowledge the fact that a lot of people seem to think they're a married couple.
Yeah,
it's really funny.
I don't see the problem with it. I think it's fine. Also, David Tennant is just pure husband material. So, you know.
Yeah.
And Christopher Eccleston is a leather daddy. Go to your room. I mean it. I'm very angry. I am very cross. Go to your room.
Really glad that worked. It would have been terrible last words.
Ooh.
Is them being together and traveling forever. Platonically, yes, but that is still a romanticized idea of what their future will be together, even if it doesn't.
Because the Doctor is effectively someone who lives for a very, very long time, so forever is actually a commonality.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also a curse as well, because it can't happen, because humans don't live that long.
Involve the standard definition of romance. This entire dynamic.
So why is that bad? What's bad?
What's bad?
What's bad about romance existing?
With the companions is something that was interesting when first introduced because it was new. This hadn't really gone on in the classics.
Okay, so it wasn't addressed head on like it was, but it's not like it's necessarily like it's not like unprecedented. There is romance before Russell's era. I mean, there's a lot of romantic themes with the Eighth Doctor Big Finish, but in Classic Who there is romance there, even if it's not like sexual or if it's not like it's not like
no, it's more
Doctor,
affectionate.
Like there's a lot of affection. I mean, bloody the Fourth Doctor and Romana too are definitely play a romantic. I mean, part of it is to do with the fact that in real life Tom Baker and Lalla Ward got married, but there is a romance to the way they interact with each other in season 17 and 18 to an extent, not so much, but mainly 17. And there is romance elsewhere too, like, you know, you've seen Spearhead from Space, right, Callum? You've seen the way John Pertwee interacts with Liz when he first meets her. It's very like him being charming and trying to swoon.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then eventually he grows more respect for her because Liz is a very strong-minded professional female, and she basically not like in a cringy way, but she basically puts him in his place and says, "Look, I'm here to work with you. I'm interested in your intelligence, not your fucking, your big dick energy." And then there's other things too, like the tension that he has with Sarah Jane when she leaves him in the Hand of Fear. Like it's not a sexual thing, but there is so much affection, and there is a romantic element to it, even if it's not the main focus. There is romance there, but I think what it is just that it's understated and subtle, and also because the Doctor is an alien, it's not played the same way a traditional romance is played. And I would actually argue in Russell's era it's also the same. I just think that the way it's visually represented is probably more recognizable as the sort of human romance that we understand. But there's also a reason for that, and it's because the Doctor's just lost his own planet and Earth has become his new home, and the Doctor is becoming more human because of the Time War. But then also the parts of him that are alien are conflicting with that, and he realizes that he can't have a human life because that's not who he is. He's incompatible. That's why, in stories like Father's Day, when he says "life I can never have," or in a story like Human Nature, it shows a parallel where if the Doctor was a human, he could have a life like that, or in Journey's End with the Meta Crisis. But he can't because he's alien. But I don't think that much thought is put into it from the viewers sometimes, which is why you get the romance is bad.
Romance bad. No more romance.
With Romana, but that was actually largely just spillover chemistry between two performers who were dating for a while.
I'd say it's a little bit more than that. I mean, they literally go to bloody Paris, which is like the
Oh, I don't know. The very famous City of Love.
Yeah, although to be fair, in this context, it's called City of Death, but there you go.
Oh my god, what do you think that's referencing to?
Yeah, City of Death is a masterpiece. I love that story to bits. I mean, there's hardly anyone that doesn't, apart from Adam Martin, but he's wrong on a lot of things. City of Death, that's one that, if you're looking for something Fourth Doctor to watch, that's one to add to the list, because fucking hell, that story is beautiful.
Oh, this was new elements, but the fact that it kind of became the default for the companions, and yes,
or maybe it's trying to say something
even after RTD left, but
Moffat just did it badly, let's be honest. Didn't really understand what RTD was really doing with it.
Oh yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, it's almost like the point is that the Doctor can't have a romance with a human. That's the story it's telling.
Maybe.
And
that might be what he's doing.
And the existence of River Song was meant to be, this is someone that could be compatible with me, but then of course, Wedding of River Song happens, and it fucks it all up.
Yeah,
really, really, really badly. That story needs to be looked at again because people don't talk about it anymore, but it's fucking terrible. It's weird though, because like when people talk about Series 6 these days, they'll often slag off like, they'll be like, oh yeah, Let's Go Hitler was shit, and like the Flesh Two-Parter was shit, and
which they are.
And sometimes they'll go on like, talking about like, Curse of the Black Spot or Night Terrors, or they'll talk about, the overarching story, and Closing Time, obviously. But people have sort of just gone soft on Wedding of River Song, and I don't know why, because it's one of the worst episodes of Doctor Who, full stop. It's absolute garbage. It ruins so many things, from the series arc to the characters in the series to the Doctor's overarching story from series 1 to 6 to the fucking conclusion of the series to River Song's character. It's just terrible. The entire thing. And the plot makes no sense. The plot makes no sense. Winston Churchill is used really badly.
What happened to time?
Dorium's terrible. There's no satisfying resolution. It's terribly made too. Like the green screen is awful, especially for today's standards. And then it also is jangling keys because it just leads on to another question. Doctor Who.
Doctor
The only positive I can remember from it is the scene where he gets the phone call that the Brigadier's passed away, but that's probably the only good thing in that whole episode.
Yeah.
It's a shame that scene had to be wasted on it as well. Like, imagine if, the Brigadier's death had been in, like, a Russell T Davies story. That would have been awesome. It probably would have been done really, really, like, gracefully, and they probably would have made something out of it for the rest of the story. I have not done a full wedding on full video on wedding, but at some point I probably will.
The most you've probably done is doing the bottom 10 stories.
Yeah, but to be fair though, I think the way I approach things these days is a bit different. Like back then, me and Adam would just go full fucking steam ahead and just be like, "This was like gangrene and tetanus to my arm." This should be deleted from existence, and everyone who was involved in making it should pass away. Like that's kind of what we were like back then. Whereas these days, I'd be a bit more analytical.
Again, it's the fact that he did it to some degree every single time, but that factors into my bigger issue with how he handled the companions.
Here we go.
He decided that nobody would ever leave the TARDIS under anything other than traumatic or broken circumstances.
What?
So he's saying that it's bad because she's saying it's bad because it's dramatic.
It's Martha though. Like, I feel like she learns a lot when she leaves. And I don't think she's broken. I just think she learned a lot and just had to leave.
I think also, the 10th Doctor's a fucking dangerous man that lives a dangerous life. So that's kind of makes sense that would happen.
The fury of the Time Lord.
And also, like, attachment is a big thing. Rose's love for the Doctor keeps her around, and she ends up in a very dangerous situation because of the Doctor's reckless decision to take Harriet Jones out of power, which causes the Cybermen and Daleks to pass through the void. So the 10th Doctor's character being a dangerous person means that there's more dangerous situations that are going to happen, which means that when a companion sticks around and doesn't want to leave, they're going to end up in a dangerous scenario, which means that Rose ended up in a scenario that was almost killed her. So like that's naturally going to happen. Same thing with Martha, where the Doctor's decision to take Harriet Jones out of power and all the things he did ended up with the Master taking over the Earth for a year, and Martha having to suffer the consequences of that, and her family as well. That was another traumatic experience that caused her to leave. And then also the Dr. Donna, it's like the Doctor gave Donna her purpose in life, and she was clinging on to it because it was the only thing that was like, obviously she loved her grandfather, and she put up with her mother despite all the harsh criticism, but the Doctor gave her something to do that was better than what life was treating her as, which ties into Russell's political themes as well, about how someone like Donna doesn't fit into society, and how the way that society is structured and the way that employment is structured and the way ambition is structured is all against her because of her personality, and because the Doctor has the power to take her to do things that she is good at, that she does love, the thing that she is passionate about. It means that of course she's going to want to stay and cling on to that life because it's the best thing that's ever happened to her. And again, because of the Doctor's actions, and because he's a dangerous man, the 10th Doctor specifically, and the decisions he makes leads to dangerous events. Naturally, because she sticks around so long, she ends up with a traumatic exit. And also because the Doctor was so attached to her being there, because Donna was the one person that could really, complete and complement the flaws that he had, and the vices and demons in him. So I think it's well built up and well established, and the trauma exists because of the way the Doctor is characterized and way the companions are characterized. I don't think trauma existing is a bad thing when it's done. Like, what I'm getting at, it's a bit like the story arcs. It's like, it's just him saying, her, I keep getting it wrong. It's just Counselor Geeks saying that RTD did the same thing again and again. like with the mystery boxes. And I would argue when you look at the 3 exits, there are differences between them. But I don't understand this argument of doing the same style of writing for the same character, by the way, because, that's how consistency works. I don't understand how doing a similar style of writing for the same character over and over again to benefit that character, blah, 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 is a bad thing. I would actually say the opposite. I would say the fact that because they remain consistent with how it ties to that same character's actions and how they stay the same, I think it's actually a good thing that you maintain the similar consequences that exist, because the character has those character flaws that cause those events to happen. So I don't see the problem. I don't. It's just such a weird argument.
Very weird.
The only way Rose was ever going to leave was if she was separated by a dimensional wall.
Yeah, because she was in love with him.
The only way that Donna was ever going to leave is if it was literally going to kill her to stay. And even then, she didn't want to go.
She
the
loved
doctor
the
had to
life that
force
she was
her
living
to.
with him.
Now,
Yeah,
Martha
she was having a
did
great
leave
time
on her own, but it's still treated as a traumatic thing. It's not her going, this has been fun.
Yep, because the Martha and the doctor at that point in their lives weren't compatible to be with each other, because it was toxic. The doctor didn't want another Rose situation because it was, obviously led to her dangerous near-death experience, but then also the fact that he realized that he's incompatible with Romance of the Human, and that's something that he's having to deal with personally. And then also Martha realized that she should never have lied to him. Lying to him was a mistake because it made it worse for her.
Yes, it was.
And it's better for her to leave and do something else that she now has purpose of, because she can defend the Earth, because she's learned so many skills.
Went and worked for UNIT. Went and got married.
Yeah.
But I'm ready to stop now. It's treated as a breakup. It's treated as her saying, look, this is bad for me. And so it's still treated as something more traumatic than companions would just leave in the old series. They would just leave.
Not necessarily. When you didn't you watch Earthshock today?
Yeah, Adric. Oh yeah, he just decided to leave.
No, Classic Who's exits are some of them aren't the best, but they're a lot more dramatic than Council of Geeks is letting on.
Yeah,
like Susan gets deserted by her grandfather because he thinks it's time for her to grow up without him. Ian and Barbara, after having no access to their time and their planet, finally have an opportunity to come back home, and they're going to take that chance because they know they loved traveling with the Doctor, but they can't go forever, and they need to live their lives. And it's quite it's a hard decision because they've grown affection for him, and it's a dramatic moment, and the Doctor is, you can see he's heartbroken by it, because he loved traveling with them. And Katarina gets killed, Adric gets killed, Sarah Kingdom gets killed, Chameleon gets killed. Tegan's exit, I don't want to spoil it for you, but a lot of bad shit happens around her, and she gets tired and sick of all the death. And you got stuff like Joe Grant deciding to get married to someone and having to leave the Doctor for that, and that's quite a dramatic moment. You got Sarah having to leave the Doctor because he's not allowed to take her to Gallifrey, and there's so much tension around that because of the bond that they have. Or when the second Doctor has to depart Jamie and Zoe because the Time Lords are throwing him into exile. It's, Jamie, who he'd been traveling with for so long, and Jamie, who's someone who never wanted to leave the Doctor's side. He was loyal. And the heartbreak of that having to happen. Or Victoria Waterfield, fucking hell, whose, mental health was in such strife from all the danger of the adventures, had to leave because she felt like that she couldn't handle being on the adventures. It's a very dramatic exit for her. Or, you know, I've never understood this whole argument that, oh, the RTD era is too dramatic, it's too intense, it causes too much trauma and tears and sadness.
19 is very dramatic.
I just don't understand it. It's such a strange argument. It doesn't make sense.
Very strange.
There's so much drama in the whole show.
Very much. A lot of drama. A lot of conflict.
The drama that's in Russell's era is some of the best drama.
Yeah. Some of the best.
Also, Council of Geeks is only addressing Rose, Martha, and Donna. They haven't addressed other companions that had exits. Like
Jack.
Like Adam Mitchell.
Mickey.
Jack. Mickey. What else is there? Bloody... I mean, I guess technically Wilfred had an exit, didn't he?
Yeah.
It wasn't trauma for him. It was just respect and, you know...
Sadness. The salute, man. The salute.
Oh, indeed.
Vale play in the background. Oh, cinema.
Again, granted, the first time you explore it, this is interesting because only a handful of the departures...
It's not true. I'd say the opposite. I actually say there's only a handful that weren't dramatic. Like, you know, like Dodo and Ben and Polly's exits weren't as dramatic as the others, but, you know, it was still like a goodbye. It was still like, you know, it's time we parted ways. And, you know, I guess... like, the thing is, like, someone like Leela, her exits... The reason why I wouldn't mention her is because her exit is shit. And it would be dramatic if it was well done. If the romance that she had with that guy in the Invasion of Time was actually well done, it would probably be a dramatic exit.
Like,
the only reason it's not a dramatic exit is because it's shit. It's just shit.
It's kind of hard in a TV show or any kind of media when a character leaves like the story for good. It's kind of hard not to make it dramatic in a way.
I guess there are exceptions. Like, I think one of the biggest exceptions would be Liz Shaw, and the only reason that is because Caroline John decided not to sign on for a second series, and so what they had to do is they had to write her off, like off screen in Terror of the Autons. They had to have the Brigadier reference. So Liz Shaw's not coming back because she said that, you know, she couldn't work with you because she felt like that you didn't need her, you needed someone to hold your test tubes, which is it leads into Joe Grant's introduction. So, like, that's not a dramatic exit, but it didn't need to be because there wasn't enough build up for it to be a dramatic exit. And also because they literally couldn't do it. I guess like Romana 1 again is a similar thing where Mary Tam didn't sign a contract to do a second one, so they had to regenerate into Lalla Ward in a comedic scene in Destiny of the Daleks. But like, yeah. And also, like, you know, the Doctor's regeneration scenes in Classic Who are quite dramatic as well. Like, literally, the fucking War Games, he's like, you can't change what I look like without consulting me!
Yeah.
You know, he's distraught. He's like, you're gonna fucking kill
Connor, Classic Who was never dramatic.
Yeah, and then Planet of the Spiders, what does Sarah Jane do? Please, don't die.
Ah, Sarah Jane. Don't cry.
Sarah Jane? No, don't cry. Wow, there's life. There's...
Well, here we go again.
Yeah. Well, the Fifth Doctor's regeneration, very dramatic. And even the fourth.
Oh
yeah, absolutely, man. And the music that plays in Legopolis.
The moment has been prepared for.
That like funeral synth music, and like the Doctor, you know, seeing visions of all his past companions and doing that grin. It's so dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and one of the only ones that isn't dramatic is the Time in the Rani one, and that's because Colin Baker decided not to come back for it because he felt betrayed by the BBC and JNT and whatever. And it's shit. It's only not dramatic because it's shit. So...
That's the trouble with Regeneration. You never quite know what you're going to get.
Now, like with the 10th planet, for example, the audience didn't know what was going to happen, and Ben and Polly are just confused. They're like, "What's going on? Wakey, wakey, Doctor." However, if you look at it from the Doctor's point of view, there is a dramatic element there when he says, "It's far from being all over. I must get back to the TARDIS," because he knows it's over. You know, he knows he's gonna go, but he's keeping it all, in. Because it's a very personal experience. It's before the Timeless Child reveal, it was established as the first ever regeneration, and it's a very personal experience for him, and it's played as, this is a new thing. Oh god.
Nah, Classic Who was never dramatic. It was never like high stakes, high drama for the characters.
Sake, has Counselor Geeks seen Inferno? That's like butt clenching drama. Like my reaction to it on that live watch along I did, like at the end of part 6, like the final cliffhanger before the last episode, I was literally just shaking. Or how about something like Seeds of Doom when Scorby takes Sarah away from the Doctor into a dangerous position where there's a bomb, and he's like, "Scorby, Scorby, Scorby." No, it's not dramatic, it's just all subtle, isn't it?
Never dramatic. Never. I must save Adric.
God.
Nah, but RTD era is way too dramatic. Too much music.
God. Anyway.
For companions were in any way traumatic for anybody.
Not true.
In the classic series. So
literally 4 of them died, and many of them came very close to death.
Yes.
There's been more deaths in Classic Who for companions than New Who.
Yeah, and obviously because there's currently obviously more seasons, so that would make sense. But even still. There's a lot of death in Classic Who.
There's 2 companion deaths in one story. Yeah. Although that's just because the Daleks' master plan's a fucking savage story. And that's why we don't have it that's why we don't have most of the episodes anymore, because most countries didn't want to broadcast it because it was so mature. I think, like, the only prints that were made were, like, the UK one and the Australia one, and then Australia looked at that and they're like, yeah, we're not showing that to the kids. Fuck that. But, you know what? Hopefully, someday BBC America finds the however much money is required. What is it, like, must be some, like, I don't know how much money they actually need for the budget, but hopefully someday they animate that story, because it needs to be seen. It's very dramatic. Part 12 of the Daleks' Master Plan is some of the most dramatic Doctor Who that's ever been. Arguably more than most New Who. Like 90% of New Who isn't as dramatic as the Daleks' Master Plan Part 12.
Dramatics for virgins.
Chameleon is the 4th one. Unless you don't think that, unless you don't think Chameleon deserves rights. Yeah. I don't know if you're aware, Callum, but the race from Time Flight that the Doctor had that like contact with, that's where Chameleon's from.
Huh.
But you'll find out. You'll find out when Chameleon first appears how that ties together. Anyway,
was explored all that much, but again, I feel like it was at the time a bit of self-projection on RTD's part. He seemed to come at it from an angle of, well, if I was with the Doctor, I would never want to stop traveling.
No, that's not it. That's not what it is.
I don't think that's too. No, I don't get that at all. Literally, at the end of Martha's arc, like that really just says no. That's not at all.
I'm just going to put it out there. I think Rose, Martha, and Donna are very different to Russell T Davies. As a person,
they're very different.
I think they're very different. I think probably like one of the only characters that seems to have a bit of himself in the character is probably I would say some of the mental illness from the 9th and 10th Doctor, but not obviously not their whole characters, because RTD's nothing like the Doctor. Some of the mental illness parts that they tackled post Time War is similar to RTD, and then also I would say some elements of Captain Jack. But I would say like the female characters in RTD's era are very, very different from Russell himself in terms of personality, motivation, everything.
Yeah.
So all the characters that he made also have that same thought process. Oh, I never want this to stop. Well, if they never want it to stop,
no, they don't. No, they don't. Moffat leaves.
Actually, no, I lied. There was one other thing that I remember him saying in Doctor Who Confidential. The scene where the Master dances in his pajamas is something that he would do. Because he said he's just like, well, if I took over the world, what would I do? I guess you'd just dance in your pajamas, eh?
Yeah, no more rules.
Yeah. Whether it be wiping their memory, or whether it be traumatizing them with a year of wandering the planet while their family's tortured. So,
yeah,
the fact that we can't just have
Moffat deserved better. Hashtag my queen.
Thank you. Departure.
My God, she didn't get what she deserved.
Mental illness is a plot hole. No, I bet no one in this chat will know that reference.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is a good point from Asmat. He would never want to stop traveling with the Doctor, which is why he wrote a companion who wanted to stop traveling with the Doctor.
Literally the whole arc.
Fuck's sake.
Combined with the romanticization of the relationship between the companion and the Doctor, again, as a one-off, I could get it, but as an overall trend, don't like it. And I mean, that's...
Why not?
Why not? It's so well written, though.
Don't you like it? It's so good.
There's just so much you can pull from it in terms of how it's all done and executed.
There's years of source material for Moffat and Chibnall to work with. That's all.
They just decide to be shit with it.
Yeah. But there's years of source material for them to branch off and work with, and fucking, silver platter currency of storytelling there for them to, do with. It's good stuff, man. Sorry, not man. I'm just transphobic, clearly. No, Council of Geeks. I should just call you that. This is what CM Punk did on bloody Dynamite. He called Bryan Danielson Daniel Bryan, and he's like, I'll just call him American Dragon. Council of Geeks. There is so much there. I don't know what you're talking about. You're missing out.
The thing overall with the things that I'm bringing up, they have worked at some point, usually the first time that he did them, but then he just kept doing them. And that was one of the reasons.
Because it kept working.
It kept working, but it's also not the same thing every time. It's different.
Yeah, it's not the same thing every time.
There's a progression of character development and maturity. Each companion that the Doctor has in the Russell era is older and more mature than the previous one, but still has, flaws to overcome. As the 10th Doctor matures as a person as well, which matches those companions. So like in Series 2, he's quite, trying to relive those teenage years. And like Series 3, he's going through that growth period of angst, but also, he shows a lot more maturity, but he still has a lot of issues. And then with Series 4, with Donna, he truly feels like, he's grown as a person, become mature, still has a lot weighing on him. But I feel like if you look at the 10th Doctor in the Christmas Invasion, and you look at the 10th Doctor in the End of Time, there's so much that's different about him, and like his growth and maturity as well. Like you look at the way he handles the Sycorax in the Christmas Invasion, it's very boyish. It's very much like, well, we'll just have a sword fight, and he's showing off, and he's doing the showmanship, and he's looking in the mirror, and he's just like, oh, look at my handsome face, and my long spiky hair and all that, and you know, doing the big cheeky smile, and it's him becoming youthful, and then you know, look at him end of time, he's just beaten down, and just this man who's gone through so much shit. And like, that's the thing, like his first moments in the 10th after his life, he spends with like Rose, who's like a 19-year-old. She's at the very beginning of her life, and then you know, in the end of time, he spends that time with Wilfred, who's near the end of his life. And you know, and I feel like he feels on level with both of those companions in those situations.
Yeah, totally.
He feels like he has the youth and the bounciness to match Rose when he's first born, and then he also feels like he has that wisdom and just I've been through the wars when he's with Wilfred in End of Time. And I don't understand how you can't see that and recognize those changes and not see that there are different elements that are introduced and used and done throughout the RTD era, because it's all there. It's all there.
All there. All there.
With the time that he left, because I felt like he hadn't been able to break out of certain patterns in the way he was approaching the story at the time.
It's not a pattern.
Then.
It's a formula. It's a skeleton formula that works, and you add detail on top of it to make it authentic.
And you change things to make it unique each season.
Like what Council of Geeks is criticizing is purely just the foundations of what makes a functional story. And they're not addressing the actual...
But we don't like it when things are functional. Boo, it's boring.
Yeah, they gotta be chaotic and crazy.
Fucking boring, am I right? Too long and boring.
I think he's going to do those patterns again. We'll see. And also tied to the companions is a spotlight being thrown on the domestic life.
Oh, here we go.
Companion.
This is the bit that Jeb brought up. Domestic life. Doctor Who's got to be a sci-fi show, which means alien planets. You can't have a domestic.
Oh man, more well-written characters.
My
what
God.
A fucking shame!
How fucking dare you have a domestic kitchen sink soap opera?
How dare you shed this very interesting topic? Like, well, imagine having outsiders involved with companions.
You know
and
what?
Their reaction
I think we should just never ever have Jackie, Tyler, and Wilfred, and Sylvia and Francine and Mickey and bloody Martha's dad's
Donna's mum.
Bloody yeah, Donna's. Well, yeah, I said Sylvia.
Okay.
And bloody Martha's dad's partner. Take me shopping, big boy. Hi, Martha. Hi.
No. No, I said orange.
Yeah, so I've heard this take before. I know Lord Slar doesn't like the domestic side because he thinks that Doctor Who should be purely escapism and not.
No.
Yeah.
Why? There's nothing to suggest that, and also that feels quite limiting to a show that's very creative.
Yeah, and again, like Council of Geeks before saying trying to criticize not doing new things. When this came out, this was a relatively new thing we've never seen before. We've never seen what happens when a companion experiences consequences of travel. And I think that's something that needed to be addressed in the show that never been addressed before.
What a great idea.
Yeah, I know. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. And
we get more characters, we get more drama, we get more of a side of the story that we never really get explored.
Mm-hmm. And
it's very interesting stuff.
In series 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's done in different ways each time, and in terms of world building, it all ties together.
How Wilf reacts to Donna's traveling is very different to Jackie's.
If you didn't have the domestic side of the era, you wouldn't have something like Turn Left, because that continuity of character needs to exist for a story like that to happen. But yeah, like I get it. Like I'd like to see an RTD era where he does nothing but alien planets. That'd be cool. But that doesn't mean that the domestic element is bad.
Just because he doesn't do like a lot of like planet stories does not mean that the other stuff is bad.
This goes back to something that Jay says all the time, where people criticize or praise something for what it does rather than how it does it. It's like they'll say that, oh, the RTD era's problem is that it's got domestic elements in it without talking about whether or not it's actually done well. And then they'll say something like, oh, Rosa is a masterpiece because it says that racism is bad. And it's just like, that's so cheap. Why? Because it's about racism. Does that make it a good thing? Because it's about racism and it makes the choice to say that racism is bad. Like, that's such a cheap way of of saying something's good, I think. It's just like, there's so much more to storytelling than just what something's about. It's also about how it does it. It's also about the purpose and why. The domestic element of Russell's era was something that had never been done before, and it's done so well that you get this brilliant structure of world building and character development, and also the justification with the Time War. You have reason for why the Doctor wants to spend so much time on Earth, because it's like his second home, and it ties into his character arc of seeing if he can be, having that desire to settle down and have that kind of family environment, and a human life is one that would be interesting to him, but then he also realizes he's not compatible. So tying that domestic side of it really works for the Doctor's character, and it's just like, fuck! Why do you have to dislike it just for what it is? Why can't you think about what it does and how it does it and the execution?
Saying it became like repetitive.
Yeah.
Does suggesting that it's always the same thing
and
when
actually,
it's not.
Games Workshop makes a good point. John Pertwee's era is very domestic, and yet people won't criticize that for being domestic.
Nah. It's classic Who.
Oh, fuck's sake! It also has overarching character drama as well, but people won't admit that either.
Nah. People, there's a lot. I think I've said this before, but like, people love to praise classic Who, but then also like to strip away the things that actually make it kind of great.
Yeah, they don't talk about the things that are actually great about it. What's great about John Pertwee's era is that because you spend so much time on Earth with Unit, you establish all those characters, they build a relationship, and there's world building and stakes. And then, when you build up to him going to alien planets, it's really exciting. Because it's something that you haven't seen in a while. It's something that, and it's, as a character, it's something that the Doctor looks forward to. He talks about it all the time. He tells Liz and Joe about how he wants to travel again. Once upon a time, I used to travel in the TARDIS, around the universe, and now I'm stuck here with you, Brigadier. And then when you get, when the Time Lords give him those missions, like in Colony in Space or in the Curse of Peladon or the Mutants, it's really exciting. And then when you get that satisfying moment in the Three Doctors where they give him back his chameleon circuit because he helped them, fight Omega. And then on top of that, it's like, but now he's grown attachment to these people he's met on Earth, so he's not constantly, getting out of there. Because he's now, because he spent so much time there, he's like, well, actually, I really like, being around, Unit and the Brigadier and Benton and Yates and Joe and Sarah. So, he sticks around a bit. And then it's not until he becomes the Fourth Doctor that he's now like, okay, now I want to have my holiday. And once you get to season 17, he gets his holiday. And he goes to Paris and has, guess what, Councillor Geeks? A romantic holiday.
What?
With Romana. And
that never happened.
And it's full of charm and warmth and affection, and it's hilarious, and it's so much fun. And I don't know what you're missing out on.
I don't get it.
So yeah, no, domestic good. Anyway.
Again, when the series started, this was uncharted territory. Because prior to this point, companions basically got on board the TARDIS, traveled for a while, and then eventually left. We didn't
Adric definitely didn't.
Where they came from, what they left behind.
He exploded into little bits.
Back home was. So it was fertile territory to do something new with Rose and have a boyfriend back home, to have her mother who cares about her back home, and to try and juggle all of that while traveling with the Doctor. It was new at the time.
Yep.
But that newness doesn't stick.
But it's not just about it being new. It's about what it does
for
her character. It's about what it does for her character. It's not just that it exists. It's the fact that it creates a three-dimensional personality and a character for Rose Tyler's, character. The fact that a 19-year-old who hasn't fully matured, that is missing a father, so there's a crucial part of her upbringing that isn't there, which causes her to have selfish tendencies, for her to do things, for her to make mistakes, to sometimes inadvertently betray people that love her, like Mickey and Jackie, all sorts of things. And the Doctor needing that companionship and influencing her with these travels that are so unnatural and out of this world, it creates a whirlwind of drama, and it creates a very, very well-written character. And it's not just about it being new. It's not just about new. It's about what. It's about if. It's about why. It's about how. Oh God. Why is it that the priority is, it has to be something I haven't seen? It has to be, because, and also it's like, oh, fuck. Even in that, when Russell sticks with the same tone and, creative style, it's like he does different things with it. For God's sake. Oh my God, Callum.
Yeah. What's up?
These arguments.
They're not really arguments. They're just she's just kind of like spurting what happened. Not really arguments.
She just keeps saying that Russell T Davies does the same thing again and again, which firstly isn't true, and secondly, they're not addressing the execution and like the substance of it. They're only talking about like the direction. They're like not even the direction, just the overall vision. Like very broad strokes.
While this same pattern of highlighting domestic life of the companion would eventually get us Wilf, and Wilf is amazing and perfect and awesome.
Yeah.
There isn't all that much brought to the table by Donna's mother, and can you tell?
What are you talking about?
What are you on about?
What did you fucking... Sylvia's a great character. That fucking... Oh my God. How can you...
don't be
Series 4 is your, like, favourite series. How do you not recognise Sylvia's character?
Yeah, she doesn't get a lot of screen time, but I think for what we get, it's just decent stuff.
Oh, that scene in Turn Left when Donna walks home and that shot's on Sylvia's face looking like she wants to die. and Donna says, God. I guess I was just a big disappointment. And she says, yeah. That stings like a fucking hornet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. I wouldn't be surprised if Councillor Geeks shits on Francine as well, who's another underrated character. Oh, because she's so mean. She's such a bitch.
Tell me anything actually contributed to the overall plot.
Oh my God. Have you forgotten that scene in Partners in Crime where Donna's in the kitchen sitting at the table and Sylvia's listing off all the issues, and it's nauseating. What about that scene where Sylvia calls her and she's in the toilet and she says, "I'm in church.
I'm praying."
It's so funny.
Partners in Crime is just very funny.
Or how about in End of Time Part 1 where like Sylvia's like, "Where are you going?"
Get out of here. And the Doctor's like, "Merry Christmas," and she's like, "Merry Christmas." Can't be here what she remembers.
Yeah, or how about that moment in Journey's End when she says, she still is, she's my daughter. And he says, why don't you tell her?
Or maybe you should tell her that once in a while. I was asleep in my clothes like a flipping kid.
Sylvia Noble is a better character than the 13th Doctor. 100%.
By Martha's family. I know they get a chunk of screen time.
I know exactly where this is going.
Yeah, not Leah though, unfortunately.
Have you watched the Lazarus Experiment lately?
No, never. Never watched it.
That's like the episode for Francine.
That's why she does what she does in future episodes.
One of the best things about Lazarus, she might be the best thing about her. But more actually, that's a tough call because the doctor's like interaction with Lazarus about immortality is also a huge part of that too.
In the end, you just get tired.
And there's also the very last scene he has with Martha as well. But I think Francine is one of the best things about the Lazarus Experiment.
Oh, that scene, the scene that everyone just forgets about.
And 42 as well.
And 42.
Francine's almost definitely one of the best things about 42. 100%. Yeah, I don't understand this criticism. This is bizarre.
Actually on the back end, but does it add anything that isn't...
Yes, it does!
It adds so much. Adds so much. That's why Martha initially wants to travel, kind of. Everything what to do with her family.
You see that? You know that massive family scrap they have at the end of Smith and Jones after the quiz night.
Yeah, family kind of sucks right now.
It's falling apart, and Martha's the one trying to hold it together, but she can't. And the doctor says, "You know, you want to escape from all that bullshit? Come with me." It's actively telling you how miserable the domestic side is. It's not like the show is saying, "Oh, domestic is everything." It's showcasing the actual real life domestics that these companions go through that, you know, the viewers can relate to, and shows the escapism is them traveling with the Doctor, but then there's also consequences because it's a real world with real characters and real consequences. And it's like the escapism is the goal, it's the fantasy, but it's also tied together with the domestic, you know, consequences. It's not, and for some reason people see it as like the domestic parts hold back the show from being good. It's like, no, the domestic side complements what's already there because it adds texture to the characters and it adds to the world building. It actually makes the escapism even more even better because it means that it shows you what you're escaping from, you know, and it means that you can vicariously relate and live through the companion's eyes because you can relate to their domestic struggle and then you can understand why they are so euphorically happy to travel. Like when Martha in the Shakespeare Code, you know, sees that there's a show on and she's so excited to see Shakespeare. Or like when you know, Donna gets invited to ancient Rome and she's like, wow, I thought I'd never see this in my life. And then it's Pompeii, obviously. But, you know, it's like, I don't get this argument. I don't understand it. Or like, think about bloody, you know, New Earth at the start where, you know, Rose leaves her family and then behind and then goes to that new planet and she says, you know, I love traveling with you. You know, and she says, you know, she loves the travel and she loves traveling with him. And it's like, there's so much escapism there, and the domestic side complements that. It's all part of it, and I can't do this. I just can't do this. This is so frustrating because all Council of Geeks is doing is saying what happens. They're not explaining why it's not good.
Yeah, and it's really annoying.
Yeah.
There? Because I don't think it does. it started to become an obligation. Like, well, we addressed once that the companion's home life is somehow affected, so now we have to address it every time. But
because that's how life works. The Doctor's spending a lot of time around Earth with people that have lives.
Boy, oh boy.
This is how you establish character.
It's not the same every time either. It's just...
Captain Jack Harkness literally has nothing domestic about him in Doctor Who. Everything established about him is from the future and is a complete mystery until you watch Torchwood and, you know, learn things about him. But, like, that's not domestic at all. You know, that is an example of a companion in the RTD era that isn't tied to domestic things. Yeah.
Don't.
That's that argument very hollow.
Fallout from that, which is that if you establish and start dealing with the fact that these characters have a home life back on Earth, that means the story has to keep coming back.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to, but it just does.
What?
Because
I mean,
because
not even then though. It's like
their family and their home life is important to them.
But like
it's important to them. They care about their family and their home life.
But what if the story, an episode is set in the domestic life? Oh, I don't know, like Lazarus experiment.
Yeah. Because, you know, the Doctor decided that he was only going to take Martha on a couple of trips and then he would drop her back home, but then he saw on TV that something really interesting was happening and he stayed around. Because
Which is set up because of the Master, too.
Well, it's also part of the Doctor's personality as well. It's like the curiosity. Because he's a scientist. And it often leads him into danger, is that curiosity.
Modern day Earth, which is another thing that just annoys me about the modern era in general.
Why?
Now, again, not strictly speaking unique to Davies, and I'm not even sure he was the biggest offender of this, but it did give a reason for...
Okay, so the domestic thing isn't an offense, it's how you do it. There are offenses in terms of like it not being done well, but it's not the actual... Like, the domestic thing existing isn't an offense. I would say, you know, something like Chris Chibnall trying to homogenize Martha's exit and give it to Ryan, that's a problem. But it's a problem because it doesn't work. It's firstly plagiarism and secondly not built up and earned in any satisfying way. But that doesn't mean that the existence of Ryan and Graham having a domestic storyline is a bad thing.
Character and the show to just be rooted in modern day Earth as a default, and all the space travel was, you know, it was treated as that, as a trip. The home isn't the TARDIS. The home is, you know, with your family. Back
in John Pertwee's era, he has to live on Earth for a long period of time, and he grows attachment to it and all the people on it. And then in season 12 in the Ark in Space, in the Ark in Space, the Doctor says human beings are quite my favorite species. It's part of his fucking character. Oh my god!
I just love how all this video is just stating what happens instead of stating why it's bad and not done well.
It's an important part of the Doctor's character arc in that when he first ends up there in 1963 as the first Doctor, he has a disdain towards humans and Earth and he doesn't like it. And then over the course of time, he spends more time with humans from Earth and more time on Earth, especially in the 70s with... you know, when he gets exiled there, and he grows an attachment to it, and he changes his mind, and by the time he's the fourth Doctor, he says they're quite his favourite species. It's part of his fucking character, and that's why he spends so much time there, because he's invested in the people, he likes humans as a species, he finds them interesting, and because Gallifrey's gone, he needs a home.
This is so shit.
home, and the TARDIS is just your means of traveling. And to pull on the classic series, the TARDIS was home during the time that these people traveled. And it meant that the show actually, after we got past the Third Doctor, did not come back to Earth all that often. Because
I guess.
Why would you? You could go anywhere in time and space. Why would you keep
We were
coming back to
literally
Earth?
season 19. Season 19 is on Earth quite a bit. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, the era of the show that spends the most time on alien planets is probably the Graham Williams era, which is seasons 15 to 17. I think maybe season 18 does quite a bit outside of Earth as well. It's like the late Tom Baker era. But again, put into context, do you know why that is? Because that's his fucking character motivation. He wants to have a holiday. He wants to have a holiday. That's why. It's not about a conscious decision. It's about the Doctor, who, yes, is in not full control, but is a motivating force behind where the TARDIS goes. The reason why he doesn't spend much time on Earth in the late Tom Baker era is established in the story that he wants a holiday. He wants to escape and go somewhere. And it's not like that he didn't do that before, because he did. But that's something he wants. He wants to go and travel and see. Whereas, in there are other parts of Doctor Who where the Doctor will say, "Oh yes, I would like to like in season 19, because you've just watched that. The reason why they spend so much time on Earth is because he's trying to get Tegan back to Heathrow, and he's so useless at flying the TARDIS. They end up in all these different Heathrows in time."
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, so that happens a lot.
Yeah. Or like in season 13 when he's trying to get back to the Brigadier after Terror of the Zygons, and he ends up on all these different times and planets because he can't fly the TARDIS. And then when he finally gets back to Earth in the Seeds of Doom, the Brigadier's not there because he spent so much time trying to get there. The Brigadier's like, "Well, Doctor's not coming." Yeah. Oh, God.
Now, I don't doubt that part of the reason to have a story set in modern-day Earth was a budget control issue, because you can just do location shooting as opposed to having to build sets or try and CGI alien worlds or whatever. So,
Well, yeah. I mean, BBC budget, quarries and mache walls, wooden walls, That's kind of what Doctor Who does a lot. But, I think it's more... I think budget is a very simplistic way of looking at it. I think there's more to it than just budget.
Yeah.
I understand there were probably logistical considerations to this decision, but it still makes the Doctor and the Doctor's travels less otherworldly, because...
I'm not that bad. Not gonna lie.
Have you ever heard of something? Have you ever heard of time travel, Councillor Geeks? Time travel's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Time travel's awesome.
How about that bit at the end of the first episode of Series 1 where he offers Rose to travel anywhere in space and she rejects him, and then he says, "Would you like to travel in time?" and she says yes. And that's what they do. And then a New Earth.
Backwards or forwards in time.
And then a New Earth, he says, "Further than we've ever gone before." Although it is established
Which is technically not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's established in Boomtown that they do go to some alien planet somewhere.
Yeah.
But I think New Earth is technically much further than where they went. Yeah.
We have to keep coming back because we brought up the domestic life of the companions. So if you're going to bring it up, you got to do something with it. So you just keep coming back.
That was a choice made by the showrunner.
Minor tangent. How much you want to bet if we ever get the thing that I want, which is to get a companion not from modern day, from either the future or the past or an alien world or something.
Yeah, but just neat.
How much you want to bet that we won't keep going back to where they come from all the dang time?
Well, it depends. You don't know that. It depends on
who it is.
It depends on who it is and where they're from and what they're like. Okay, here's a good example. Adric. The reason why they can't go back to his home is because it's in a different universe. They physically can't go back there. So that's why. They mention it in Earthshock, right? They mention that he says, I want to take the rest to get back to where I came from, but then he decides not to. And the Doctor is against him doing it because it would be dangerous. So it's established that they can't go back there. But Adric tries because he cares about where he came from. So that is a domestic element. Even though he's from an alien planet, it is a domestic element. Or how about Nyssa? Why can't she go back to Traken? Because it's fucking gone. It's fucking destroyed by the Master.
This video is bad.
Yep.
Modern day Earth is.
Or how about all those companions where, like, you know, the Doctor couldn't actually control where the TARDIS was going, so even if he wanted to take them back, he couldn't because it was completely random. Well, actually, at the time it was random, but these days we know, and the context is that the TARDIS is conscious and takes the Doctor where he needs to go.
I'm going to say yields no good stories. There are some very good stories set in modern day Earth in Doctor Who in the modern era, but it is by default kind of the most boring.
Oh, there's the word.
It's so boring.
Yeah.
Boring. This argument is boring.
The story has to be on an alien planet for it to be interesting, Callum.
Yeah. You know what's really boring? This video.
Yeah.
Boom.
Ooh.
Super boring.
Yeah, it's
boring.
It's so domestic.
God, it's so boring.
Yeah, why would you film a video in your house? Why wouldn't you film it on an alien planet? Gosh.
Why wouldn't you go into the woods? That's more exciting. This is boring.
Yeah, how about like you do the thing that the review of Death did for the Series 10 review where they went outside on deck chairs and had a candle. Yeah. It's way more interesting.
It's not. It's just super not exciting.
It's literally superficial. This is a superficial
superficial.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, obviously, alien planets are cool, and that like you can do really good things with it. But it's like, what's so bad about Earth? What's so bad about it?
Because I guess humans just really hate themselves. I don't know.
God.
We don't want to be reminded of the Earth.
The reason why an episode like, the reason why, let me just have a quick thing. The reason why an episode like Planet of the Ood is so good isn't necessarily because of the location. It's because of the story that's told with the location.
Yeah, it's a really well told story,
and it has new world building. And then you get something like New Earth, right? That's a different location. That's an alien planet, but it's not done well. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it is. The reason why Gridlock is amazing isn't necessarily because it's on an alien planet. It's because of the way it's written. It's the same thing with the Satan Pit 2-parter. The location is neat, like it's a nice superficial thing, but the reason why it's so good is because they establish a black hole plot with a demon, and they establish all the characters on the ship as three-dimensional people that interact with this danger. Or the Flesh 2-parter is on an alien planet, but it's garbage.
Yeah, it's just I don't like this is being presented as these are issues that need fixing. That's the big thing for me.
Like, for there to be a legitimate complaint about it being on Earth, there needs to be like a storyline implication, and I would say
just something that fundamentally doesn't work.
Yeah, like I think a perfect example of it would be Kill the Moon. If Kill the Moon was on a different planet, it might work better, but because it's on Earth, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Whereas, but it's not the fact that they decided to make a story set on Earth that it's a problem. The problem is that the story itself doesn't function because of the world building on Earth and what's established about the planet.
Yeah. And all the other stuff about that was very fucking trash. You know, Clara.
And you have to do stuff to make it interesting, which sometimes the show does, but you're starting at a disadvantage doing that. And
I would disagree with that. I think it's a very superficial thing, and I think most people that watch the show care more about the characters than the location.
You'd hope so, yeah.
I think when I talk to people in the general pub, because you know we're relatively talking about like the wide audience in terms of when Councillor Geeks says interest, the word interest, they're referencing the audience reaction, right? And so if we're going to use the broad audience reaction, because that's, you know, how majority works, when I talk to people about Doctor Who that have seen it in the general public, they'll say, oh yes, you know, they'll talk, the first thing they'll talk about is the Doctor and Rose and Martha and Donna and the Daleks and the Cybermen and the Master, right? They'll talk about the characters. They won't say, oh yes, there was that one that was on that planet with snow. You know,
I liked that.
You know, that's something that they will say, but it'll cause a lot of conversation. But the thing that people care the most about is the characters and like the sensation. So like when you got like a scary monster, or you've got like a really clever plot with like a puzzle in it, or like really, you know, engaging action scenes, or like really good acting, or like music or whatever, or like striking visuals. That's I would say, broadly speaking, is what a lot of people care about. And the reason why is because location, like it's cool, but it's mostly superficial. What matters more is the world building that's done with the new location. What matters more is what happens once you get there. What becomes of the new location, and how you set the scene, and how you how you introduce characters and situations and plot and drama. The actual planet itself is purely superficial.
Lastly, this one is probably more subjective than any of these. And like, again,
I think a lot of the things you said are very subjective.
Oh, yeah.
If you enjoy any of the aspects that I liked, missed them when he was gone, or liked that they were continued when he was...
So I enjoy them a lot. And one of the biggest reasons why I enjoy them is because it's really well written.
Yeah, how it's actually fundamentally done.
Yeah.
Rather than the fact that it is what it...
And I think...
More than the fact that what the idea of it is.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot more otherworldly than you give it credit for, just because a lot of it takes place on the planet we live on. The main character of the show is an alien that's incompatible with our lives, and I think that's very otherworldly.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Gives it a sense of scale.
Oh yeah, and all the bloody aliens as well that come to Earth. You know?
Yeah. Like just flying aliens.
My opinion. And this last one is the most sort of my opinion than the others, and probably the one I'm most likely to get called out on, but I'm going to bring it up anyway.
I mean, to be fair, we'll be doing it all.
He was kind of self-indulgent.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is great. Yay. Self-indulgent. The man knows he writes good shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
If he says the fucking end of time, I'm gonna be like, oh boy.
Yeah, RTD gives himself a pat on the back. That's the only thing that happens in that scene, right? That's the only thing that happens, right? Is he gives himself a pat on the back. No, that's not what fucking happens.
Was she happy in the end?
Were you?
Walks away. Fucking great bit of that last 20 minutes.
The reason why Wilfred salutes him in that wedding scene is a lot more than just like some sad gif. There's so much behind that action. Oh my god. It's not self-indulgent, he's just paying off the bloody character arc. He's wrapping up his story. So that, you know, the next showrunner doesn't have loose ends to deal with. Because there's a lot of world building there to, you know, address. people, you know, people who invested in the show want to see what happened to all the people that they invested in. They, you know, they want to know what happened to them after they left the Doctor. It's not self-indulgent. It's not.
And again, that's not to say that other creators weren't. Moffat could get very self-indulgent. But the way that they would do it is kind of reflective of their approach, where Moffat would get self-indulgent by basically disappearing up his own big brain and trying to be super ultra clever.
Well, okay, so it's not necessarily about like that. It's more just he gloats, and he writes self-aggrandizing characters.
He thinks he's a better writer than he is.
Yeah, he writes self-aggrandizing dialogue because that's the kind of person he is. It's his personality. Yeah.
RTD would get self-indulgent in a bit of a more traditional way. And I think you can look to the finales for that. In hindsight, Series 1
here we
probably
go.
had...
Yeah, because we got we got satisfying character payoffs, so apparently that's self-indulgent.
Payoffs are so self-indulgent. What a fucking awful take.
I think after Rose got sucked into the void, I think the Doctor should have just checked the cricket scores.
Yeah. Bad use of his time.
It's not self-indulgent. It's paying off a character arc.
The most restrained finale, and that ends with the companion having the power of a god, bringing back Jack Harkness.
How is that self-indulgent?
Apparently, at the time, wiping
self-indulgent,
out all Daleks,
what?
including the Dalek Emperor, and then the Doctor dying. Like, that's...
What's established that the TARDIS is a powerful machine, and the Daleks are a powerful force. So they need to find a way to stop the powerful force from murdering Earth. And assumedly the rest of the universe. It's not self-indulgent. Rose puts her life on the line to rescue all the people because it's right. And also rescue, the man she loves. And, it's not self-indulgent. It's not.
And that's the most restrained that it gets. We get to Series 2, and we have the very, honestly, fanficky idea of Daleks and Cybermen. Just...
What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this?
What's wrong with villains?
You can't have two iconic villains face off. Like, isn't it so interesting having the Cybermen and Daleks clash?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's so interesting.
They almost did it in Classico in the Wheel in Space. They almost did that. But they...
fucking Cybermen want to team up with the Daleks, and the Daleks say no
but
because
the reason why they
are.
didn't is because Terry Nation decided that the evil of the Daleks at the time was going to be their final end, and he was thinking of doing like a Dalek spin-off as it's like its own thing, but then he ended up not doing it, so they ended up bringing it back in the John Pertwee era. But yeah, no, like, why? What's wrong with having villains face off? It's like, it's the same. It's not self-indulgent. It's something. It's two well-established villains in a TV show clashing. It's like how, and I've said this before when we talk about wrestling. It's like, how often do you get heel versus heel feuds? Hardly ever. You know why? Because the audience needs to invest in someone, and when you got an example of a situation where you can find a heel versus heel feud and make it really good, it's such treasure because it hardly ever happens.
Yeah.
And this is an example of it. You get the Daleks versus the Cybermen, and it's awesome. It's so good.
It's really interesting, like the clash of identities of who they are as creatures.
And how the Cybermen quickly realize that they don't have as much power as the Daleks, so they have to try and find a way to overpower them by creating a temporary alliance with the humans, but then also with the goal eventually of converting them as well. It's so interesting.
Yeah.
Why? What's... Oh, but no, it's fan fiction. It's fan fiction. No, a robot wouldn't make this happen. Only a fan would make this happen.
Fans. would make this happen and no one else.
So I guess we are also going to call the Fifth Doctor fanfiction because he decided that it would be nice to bring back elements from the first and second Doctors that hadn't been there since then. I guess that makes a fanfiction character because you know he's doing things because Peter Davison is a fan of this character.
The first episode is so fanficky. It references all the previous Doctors and companions.
Yeah, I know. It's just fanfiction. It's clearly just fanfiction.
The Fifth Doctor said Jamie, therefore fanfiction.
Yeah.
Going at it. And again, like, none of these are bad ideas, but I'm going over the
Then why are you complaining?
Oh, there's a pattern.
If they're not bad ideas,
there's not really a connection.
If they're not bad
Where's
ideas,
the connection?
And they're not badly executed, then why? What's the problem? What's the problem?
The fact that there's a pattern.
We bring back the Master, and we have this whole. We literally turned the Doctor into Jesus.
Oh my god! Stop!
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 I knew the counselling was going to say that. I'll let you address this one, Callum.
I don't want to. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of Toad.
Oh, but Callum, it's self-indulgent.
I don't. How's it self-indulgent? Just. I can't deal with this anymore.
The main character is given power by people that need his help to save their lives. This is self-indulgent. Clearly, it's clearly self-indulgent.
Self-indulgent because it's its own creation.
Oh my god!
This isn't Clara. Like, come on, it's not self-indulgent. Oh, set up.
It's just...
But here's the thing, though. He said in the previous one that it's because it's like a pattern. But it's like, what's the connection? What's the connection between these last three things? That they have power? But even in the last one, no. It's just said it was like fanficky.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently it's self-indulgent because RTD decided to characterize the Doctor in a way that hadn't been done before. Therefore, it's self-indulgent.
Nah, but it's not like old stuff. It's not like old stuff, therefore bad.
Oh my god.
There's nothing wrong with this scene.
You know, I just want to, I know it's on a smaller scale, but like, it's something that the Doctor, the third and fourth Doctors do in their stories is they get a room of people to try and follow their orders and, act out a plan to save their lives. It's like, this is something the Doctor does quite a bit. I don't understand this. There's no real explanation for why this is self-indulgent. They're just saying it is.
I mean, not literally, but practically. I forgive you. He is reborn through the power of belief in him.
Why is that self-indulgent?
Because people worship him.
Yeah, Martha and the Doctor know that they can create this narrative that he's that kind of figure because they know from experience that humans will band around that kind of figure when they're in trouble. This is something that they see in Gridlock, and it's something that happens in real life a lot. It's like when people are in trouble.
But guys, he's worshipped. Crack the case, RTD bad.
Oh my god.
It's really kind of self-indulgent as the character.
Why?
And then series 4, and then
they don't even explain it. They just say it. Oh my god! Just explain.
Why is it self-indulgent?
I don't.
Why?
I call me thick, but I don't understand why that's self-indulgent. Why is characterization and plot self-indulgent?
Jesus was reborn because people believed in him. You can't have themes of faith or belief or whatever. You just can't have that in Doctor Who.
How is it self-indulgent? RTD's a fucking atheist. How is it self-indulgent?
No, boo, self-indulgent.
Oh my god.
Felt like something in a fanfic. No, it didn't. I don't know what you're on about. Yeah, the Bible, it's very well set up.
The Bible's fanfiction, by the way. It's just fanfiction.
Ultimately, the End of Time Part 2 gets really self-indulgent on the show as a whole in terms of, well, we gotta bring everybody in that we possibly can, and we gotta have the Doctor go on this massive goodbye tour, stopping in on every
he's true of his character.
Because he cares about these people.
He was so proud of everybody. Fucking, I don't. I can get mentioned by the 11th Doctor, but okay.
Yeah, what about like that one, one of the only scenes in Let's Go Hitler that isn't a disaster is when he says to little Amelia Pond, how much regret he has looking back at his previous companions.
Yeah, there'll be one person in the universe I haven't screwed up.
We can get to come in for a day of shooting, and
fuck off.
Fuck you.
Don't say that's no. You haven't earned that petty playground insult.
No, you haven't.
And I get it. It's kind of the Return of the King thing where this has been going on so long.
No, do not reference Return of the King. That's such a stupid fucking argument. We've spent... Oh my god. I can't do this, man. Do people not realise we've spent so many hours with these characters? I want to see how it ends. Why is it such an issue? I would find it so fucking weird if we didn't get like an ending to like the 10th Doctor. He just goes to, just imagine after everything that happens, he just goes for his TARDIS, regenerates, and that's it. Nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Feel kind of empty, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the scene in bloody Legopolis where he remembers his companions and villains is self-indulgent.
Yes, he did.
Self-indulgent. And the scene in Caves of Androzani where he hears voices of his companions is self-indulgent. There's no other reason why it exists other than just being self-indulgent, right? It's just fan wank.
Fan wank.
It's not like when Adric says, that Doctor about having him having to survive because yes, and how he has regret of it. No, it's just all fan wank. It's self-indulgent, clearly.
Fits his character. Yep, it absolutely does. And it would be weird if we didn't get anything like that. Just don't get it.
In the case of Doctor Who, ending the showrunner and this Doctor's eras, then yeah, we kind of earned the right to have these extra things. But again,
well, that's not the reason. That's not the reason why either. It's not about that. It's just in character.
With the character.
The character wants to see his people that he's that he spent time with before he dies. It's normal.
Because he's very proud of them.
I mean, that's what people do in real life. When they know they're gonna when my great granddad had a stroke and was in hospital, he wanted to see his family before he died, and his family wanted to see him. It's just like this is what happens when you care about people and you're gonna go. And what this does is it shows that regeneration means something, because whilst you're still the same person, technically speaking, your whole life is going to change. Your whole personality, your DNA, everything, it's going to change, and you're going to become a different version of yourself. And people will see you differently as well. People will see you differently. That's something that's expressed when you have companions that travel with the Doctor and they see you change and they have to adjust to it. It's a big part of your life, and the End of Time establishes this. It really hammers home why regeneration is a big deal and why, you know, the Doctor understands that when they're going to go, things are going to change. And the 10th Doctor wanted to see companions that he knew and met before he went, because, you know, because he cares about them. They mean a lot to him. It's like, why is this self-indulgent? Why is this self-indulgent? It's just, I don't understand.
The indulgence escalated during his time, at times, honestly, to the detriment of the story.
Why?
While there is a superficial thrill at things
it's
like...
not just a superficial thrill. There's character motivation and reason.
Not a thrill. It's character based. He's so proud of everybody he's ever traveled with.
The ultimate thrill ride. WrestleMania.
Daleks versus Cybermen and so many past characters.
Daleks and Cybermen isn't just a thrill ride.
It's funny as well.
It's
also really cool.
Impacts the world building and the plot.
Just coming back in Journey's End and then having Doctor stop by and say goodbye to all these people. There is a little bit of a thrill to that, as strictly as a narrative function.
But that's not the only thing it is, though. It's not the only thing. To say it's just a thrill is wrong. There's so much more to it than just a thrill. Like, if you wanted to ask me something that's just a thrill and nothing else, I would point you to the TARDIS in the sky scene from Revolution of the Daleks, because it's a bit of cinematography that's got, like, you know, striking visuals, and it's a thrill. But there's nothing else to it. It's hollow. There's no substance, and the story's shit and poorly written, poorly characterized, and nonsensical, and actually damages characters. But it is, in effect, like, the positive from it is it's just a thrill. It's just a thrill seeing that shot happen. Whereas what Russell T Davies does, it's not just a thrill. It's so much more than that. You're paying off things that you've built up to.
Drags. It bloats.
It drags. It really actually doesn't. 20 minutes.
Why do people want Doctor Who to be an anthology?
I don't know.
Why the show would be so much lesser if it was an anthology.
It'd be very hollow.
It wouldn't have survived as long as it did if it was an anthology.
It'd die actually pretty quickly.
The actual continuity in Doctor Who is actually one of the best things about it. Like, and this isn't a new thing. Like, the William Hartnell era had a very, very, very established continuity. The reason why, you know, something like the Dalek invasion of Earth was such a big event is because the Daleks was such a popular story with popular villains. And so when they reference, oh yes, this is an invasion force, and that's why they don't need magnetic energy to move on the ground, like, that's part of the world building. It's part of and the characters, like the main TARDIS team, because they've experienced the Daleks before, we understand what their point of view is, and the continuity there is important. And it's like, and also, you know, because if you've seen all the stories before that one, you'll understand why it's a big deal for Susan to leave the Doctor, you know? It's like, continuity is such an important part, and one of the reasons why is because you have characters that are... You have characters that stay, you know, throughout all the adventures. So you need to have that continuity, otherwise it's just going to be this hollow show that's meaningless.
And that, as I said, kind of got worse as time went on.
Nope.
Now, That's all I really have in terms of broad things, because what I didn't want this to do was to pick out specific episodes that he wrote and just go through a whole list of nitpicks, because...
Well, it's not nitpicks. I need you to explain your points and justify why they're problems, because all you're doing is saying what happened.
It's just very superficial and it seems more personal.
I would argue that actually what you've presented is actually nitpicks, not the actual arguments.
But nitpicks would imply that these were accurate.
Yeah, like saying that the show didn't go to enough alien planets is a nitpick. That's a good argument.
Yeah. And it's like very superficial.
Yeah.
You know what? You can watch my overdue Doctor Who reviews. I'll try and put a playlist up there. If you want to see me take those on one episode at a time and bring up whatever my issues are. That's not what I wanted here. I wanted to talk about the broad strokes and the repeated things that he did across his era that I
mean
love.
The formula that worked?
Yeah. And the structure of one package of a story across 4 seasons, that's really well done. Because it maintains a good continuity of characters and story and world building and themes.
Does it mean I don't like RTD? No! No, it doesn't. Doesn't mean I'm not excited for him to come back? No, it absolutely does not. But I said I had issues. Enough of you asked. There you go. So, what do you think about my assessment here?
They just weren't
not very good.
If you think I'm very
they
wrong,
weren't really
be
issues.
polite about it. But whatever your thoughts.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I think this actually says a lot about RTD. The fact that that's the best that they could come up with for issues.
Yeah,
it's like
it's stuff we've already heard like 1,000 times.
Yeah, that makes it a pretty good run, I think. If those are the issues you're presenting, because they're not really issues.
Like we can bring up better issues, you know.
Actually,
always write episodes
whole video,
all the time.
In this whole video, was there a single thing that we went like, "Yep"?
No.
Jesus Christ!
I didn't agree with any of it.
I feel like in every other EDAR we've done, there's been at least 1 or 2 things that we've been like, "Yep, that's fair."
Think so.
I can't think of a single thing.
Drop something down in the comments. Let's talk about it. Like, share, and subscribe. All the usual stuff. I got a Patreon. That is how I pay the bills and am able to talk to you folks on a regular basis. So maybe consider supporting me there. There's also YouTube memberships if you want to go that way, but don't worry too much about it. Because
I think you should have put that all throughout the video. You know, you should have made it like a story arc. Just use the word Patreon over and over again. I think you should have done that.
Make Patreon a mystery box.
Yeah, I think so.
Because at the end of the day, you are the council. I'm just running the meetings. And until next time, this council is adjourned.
Thank you. I just want to get out of here, please.
This video wouldn't have been possible without the support of my patrons, and I want to give special thanks to Jared Boyce, MJ, the Doctor, Tracy Scrabbit,
the Doctor, what?
Caitlin Schwartz, Udalun, Robin Moore, Ross Schultz, and Shayla Gorley. Thanks so much.
So that was that.
I'm listening to this music. Oh, Beatmaster. There's someone in there called Beatmaster.
Heyo.
Damn, this is quite funky. This is the best part of the video. Oh god, top 10 best political episodes. Oh, Jesus. That would be an interesting take, I think. It's got 10 best political episodes and Jodie Whittaker's in the thumbnail. Interesting.
Interesting indeed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna let you talk because I think
I just want to die.
Yeah, I think you should put some effort in. You know.
But if I put it into a pattern, I'd be deemed self-indulgent.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go to the toilet, which is very self-indulgent.
Very. Well, that wasn't that great. Fiozella Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, that was it's not very good. A lot of the quote unquote issues brought up were just non-issues, or it was more they were superficial, which is fine. But I think to present it as that the RTD era is not perfect, I think it doesn't really represent that the era was imperfect. These are more like patterns that she noticed, and I mean, yes, those are patterns, but the context of how they're executed is what really matters. Really, but you know, Tree Sailing wasn't perfect. It wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. Just, oh boy. Everything about it, just no. Just no. Yeah, just kind of empty right now. Just giving me all bad kind of vibes. And yeah, not really changed my mind or anything. Still think the RTD era was pretty pog. Oh yeah, it was all very surface level, but also very like personal, subjective arguments, which is fine-ish. It's just there's not much we can do with that. If your like whole topic is that the RTD era wasn't perfect, you'd probably expect to have a little bit more arguments that are less surface level. Just not great. And it's very exhausting to hear the same things over and over and over again.
Sorry, this might be a bit self-indulgent, but I got myself a ginger beer as well.
Yeah, it sounds pretty self-indulgent.
Listen to this sound. Hang on. There we go. Did you hear that?
Just a bit. Very self-indulgent.
That made me feel naughty.
Oh, that's funny. If you want to look at the latest comment in the chat.
In a previous video, Council of Geeks speaks about the differences between classic and modern companion exits, and she mentions how the classic companions have various types of exits. A point that could have been expanded or on better in this video. So, what is that? Like, the classic companions, it's different every time, and in modern Who it's the same? Is that what they're saying?
Well, I think what they said was like in classic Who, the companion X's are very like varied. Like not every single one is the same.
Yeah, and why is that not the case in Russell's era or modern Who in general?
Well, I think the fact that the Council of Geeks said in this video we watched that they were all kind of similar, so it's kind of a contradiction on their part.
But they're not.
Exactly. But then in another video she said that they were varied. Not very consistent, if you ask me. Oh god.
Goodness gracious.
Not the wind army.
Great balls of fire. Moral of the story, RTD is perfect. No.
Yeah.
Not really.
Of course.
He's not perfect. That's a relatively unachievable goal. Well, Council of Geeks just said that the reason why they're the same is because they both go through a traumatic event. But that's like, that's such a simple way of looking at it.
Big sigh. It was. I don't remember it just being okay. I don't think it was great. Better than any right to be, probably.
Yeah, I remember it had that Brock Lesnar versus Samoa Joe match.
Very short match though.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it had that what was it? I'm gonna look it up now. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it was some kind of tag team match, I think. Oh shit, have I closed something? Oh no, it's there. I keep forgetting because I've got two screens now. Great Balls of Fire. I can't believe I'm looking up Great Balls of Fire in a live stream. Let me have a look. Let's have a look at this card. Oh yeah, Braun Strowman versus Roman Reigns ambulance match. I remember that.
Oh yeah, that was pretty.
And then
neat.
there was Sasha versus Alexa. And then there was that's the one. It was the Iron Man tag team match, Cesaro and Sheamus versus the Hardy Boys. That was fucking amazing. That was a brilliant match. Yeah, I mean it was better than the name had any right to be.
Mm-hmm.
I would call Great Balls of Fire a solid pay-per-view. I wouldn't call it like great.
Yeah, same.
When someone says great pay-per-view, I think of like Money in the Bank 2011 and like WrestleMania
Yes.
17. And yeah, like that kind of thing. If I'm remembering correctly, Counselor Geek says the modern companion exits are just death, forced away, or being left behind. Not a single modern companion dies except for Danny Pink. And he's not really a companion. And then 4 companions from Classic who died, so there you go. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is with having drama.
Nah, drama bad. Drama's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just that was a video.
It was, I think.
It was certainly a video. Yeah, Council of Geeks has a very mixed bag when it comes to content, I found.
Yeah.
I guess that. Yeah, I guess you'll be able to see bloody me and Mason's reaction to Time Flight now. Now that you've watched that.
Oh yay.
Yeah, and then you'll get to season 20.
That should be fun.
Yeah, Fifth Doctor's pretty good, isn't he?
Pretty pog. Oh, but he's very bland, Doctor. Very bland. Very dry humour.
Yeah, no, just wears cricket uniform and is boring.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Got celery.
I mean, celery is bland, I will say that much.
That is true.
What actually, like, inspired you to do this marathon?
I don't know, I just felt like it. Legit, I just felt like doing it. Not really much else to it other than...
Council of Geeks Classic Who takes are abysmal. There's some fucking pearlers in there, Jesus Christ.
I have better Classic Who takes. Earthshock is a 9. And let's just before we end the stream, let me go for the rankings I gave for series 19.
I think you said I think from what I remember so far, I can't remember what because you watched Genesis of the Daleks a very long time ago, so I don't know. I don't know what your rating would be for that, but I think the highest ratings you gave were like Earthshock and Tomb of the Sidemen, right? Because I think you said Earthshock, and you said
Enemy of the World.
Yeah, Enemy of the World, and then there was a couple of other 8s like Pyramids of Mars, right? And
yeah.
And I can't remember if there was any others. Yeah. But I think
Earthshock, I would say, is my favourite Classic Who story so far.
Yeah, although I guess if you rewatch Genesis of the Daleks, you might change your mind, but I think it's just been so long that you probably can't remember it.
Well, it was I think it's the second. Well, out of the ones I properly watched, besides that Twitch marathon that happened, it was like Genesis was the first Classic Who story I watched.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in this marathon, my top 3 is still the same. It's still the War Games, Caves, and Genesis. They're just unbelievable stories, those ones.
Yeah, so...
And everyone's, and then the people's, like, criticisms of those stories are just so funny. They're like, with Genesis of the Daleks, they're like, oh my god, the clam, though. There's a clam in it. And then with Caves of Androzani, they're like, oh, the cave monster looks terrible.
Okay, yeah.
And then with the War Games, they're like, oh, 10 parts is too long. Long man bad. Anyway.
Yeah, so Castrovalva, 7 out of 10. I think it's very good. Overhated, I think. Forward to Doomsday, 6 out of 10. Decent story, couple iffy bits, but overall pretty decent stuff. Very overhated.
That one ranks extremely low on the DWM.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Let me have a look, actually. Let me have a look. So on 2014, there was 100 out of 156 stories. So this is from An Unearthly Child to Time of the Doctor. Out of 156 stories, 4 to Doomsday is 138.
Jeez.
Christ above.
Nowhere near that bad.
Yeah. Yeah, like, you see some of the shit that's ranked above it. Like, bloody... let me have a look. Oh, God, is this... Oh, wait, hang on. Is that just Classic Who? Oh, no, sorry, no. It's out of... My bad. It's out of 241 stories. It's ranked 218. And it's... Let me try and find something in New Who it's ranked below. It's ranked below... Nightmare in Silver. Journey to the Center of the TARDIS. The Idiot's Lantern. Victory of the Daleks. Night Terrors. The Rebel Flesh. The Hungry Earth.
Now I want to die.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, not very odd.
Closing time.
God damn it.
Anyway.
Yeah, Kinder, I gave a 7 out of 10. I think it's very, very, very nicely done. I think it does quite a lot. And I think it does it very, very well.
I probably, from my last viewing, I probably put Kinder on par with Earthshock, to be honest. But that's on a second viewing. The first viewing I had of it, I'd probably have it around about the same as you. But I think rewatching it, especially with context, changed a lot. Like there's a lot to dig out of that one. It's one of the ones, like, if I was ever to get into like making classic Who video essays, it's probably one of the ones I would do is Kinder, probably Kinder and Snake Dance, the Mara stories, because there's a lot to unpack there.
If I would put, here's the thing: if I put Kinder and A, then I'm putting it at the same level as like Pyramids and Mars.
I would too. Honestly, I would too. I don't know if it's a hot take, but I reckon Kinder's on a similar level to stories like Pyramids of Mars and Earthshock, and Enemy of the World, and yeah, those kind of stories. I'm not saying it's perfect, but yeah, I do think Kinder is fantastic. Anyway, go on.
The Visitation, I gave us also a 7 out of 10. I think a very slow burner kind of story, but I think has a lot of charm, character, and a very interesting villain.
Yeah, it's
and that
good.
one scene they had between the Doctor and the creature, I think, very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's an oddity because it's the only Eric Sayward story that's not like a Dalek or Cyberman story. It's him doing a historical. It's quite different, but yeah, Visitation's good.
Black Orchid, 6 out of 10, because there was quite a few big contrivances that really hold it down, and also the mum just being quite odd to me. And I think it's strong parts. The Doctor especially, I think he is fantastic in the whole
really
thing.
He's funny in it,
I love.
isn't he?
Oh yeah, very good stuff. But yeah, I think just the contrivances really hold it down. I think because it's very unlikely that all these things factor to make the story happen in the way it does. Also, the ending is a bit, I think, weirdly done, but it's not terrible at all. But I think it's just a very decent story with a couple contrivances.
You know, Joey Morgan says that Black Orchid's the best of season 19 and it's better than Earthshock by miles.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
He says Earthshock is generic and basic and Black Orchid's fun.
Oh, so not. Jesus Christ.
And he says that Time Flight's better than Fort of Doomsday.
God damn, that's such a bad take. And then we get Earthshock, which is fucking brilliant.
Phenomenal. It's
phenomenal.
Peter Davison in that story, man. Oh my goodness.
It's probably, yeah, he's absolutely at the top of his game.
Absolute A game, dude. And the world building and like the way they set it up in part 1 with the dinosaur bones. Oh my god. It's such a good story.
So good.
And that Cyberman theme is just iconic.
Yep. Just something about it. It's just
David Banks' performance as the cyber leader too. And that whole scene where he's just like, smell of a flower, watching a sunset, eating a well-prepared meal. These things are irrelevant.
Beautiful. And now the ending are just last couple of minutes. It's just beautiful.
And the way and like the gold star as well, like the fact that Adric had that since he was, since his first episode.
The reason it's not like a 10, I would say, is because a bit of choreography is a bit iffy. I think that's the only thing that holds it back from being like
that's fair.
a 10.
That's fair.
And then we get to Time Flight, which is pretty bad.
Wah, wah.
Like, my God, like I said in my tweet, like the masterpiece dressed up
doesn't make sense. It's a stupid story.
The story just doesn't mention Adric, bar hallucination, and the very beginning. Tegan just somehow walks away at the end. And the old man just decides, you know what, I want to die.
Yeah, they land a plane on a rocky mountain, and the master is wearing a disguise in the middle of nowhere when he doesn't need to, and the disguise is offensive as hell.
Somehow the plane's just fine after landing, and it takes off fine too.
Yeah, the characters are undercooked. The plot is delivered in exposition. It's really similar to Chibnall Who, actually, Time Flight. When you think about it, just doesn't capitalize at all on what you've got, and what you do have, you just fuck it up. With obviously, though, there are redeeming things about Time Flight, though. But like, you know,
yeah, they also don't mention how the master survives, but that always happens, so it's not bad, apparently.
It takes a lot for me to dislike a Classic Who story. It takes a lot, but Time Flight does it. It's just like, it's just bad.
It's just not good. It's just not good. I wouldn't say Undone. I wouldn't say
I wouldn't say it's like
good work.
It's not like a Hellbent. It's not like a Hellbent. It doesn't crush season 19.
I
But
think
I think it's just
a fair rating.
Yeah, I think it's just a letdown. Really, it's a letdown.
It really is. Yeah. Yeah. So overall, if you'd have round that up, it's around like a given with Earthshock, it could push like an 8 out of 10 for an overall season.
Oh yeah, it's a really solid season. It's good
yeah.
shit. Oh no, but 80s Who was all bad, Callum.
No, it wasn't. This season's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. Davison era is underrated.
Underrated as hell. This season, definitely.
Oh yeah. I think
more of this.
I think season 20 and 21 are pretty good too.
And
the most.
I was surprised. Again, I said this at the beginning of the stream. Just the amount of character drama really surprised me.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, right?
Character drama is cool.
Classic Who has so much character drama all throughout. It's everywhere.
I know.
I don't understand how people don't see it. It's so bizarre. I guess people just think like character drama means crying, because Classic Who doesn't have much crying in it. It's not drama.
Even though the end of Earthshock had crying. Just not from the Doctor. That makes it less cringe.
Yeah, I think the first time the Doctor cries on screen is the end of the world, isn't it? With Jabe.
Yeah, it makes sense. Fucking all these people are dead. So yeah.
Yeah.
Season 19 is poggers.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see what you think of Snake Dance, because that's a sequel to Kinder. And it's got bloody...
Yeah, I heard good things.
It's got bloody Martin Clunes in it. You know the guy who plays Doc Martin? With, like, the big lips? Surely you'd know him. He's a British TV actor, and he's, like, real famous.
Martin
Clunes. And he's young in Snake Dance, obviously, because it's the 80s.
Yes, he is. Yes, I recognise him.
He's in Snake Dance as, like, a young boy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Probably around about our age, I think.
That was his first ever role, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually. That the scene in Genesis of the Daleks where he thinks Sarah and Harry have died. There's a moment where it looks like he's been weeping, but we don't actually see it. What? Emotion from the Fourth Doctor? That's not possible. He's an alien.
Alien, oh my god. You can't feel things. You're not human.
Oh dear. So yeah, there was also a trailer for Flux as well. And it has lots of things in it.
Yeah, and it wasn't very good.
It has lots of things in it and stuff.
Really bad CGI, really bad green screen.
Yeah, now like.
So not much has changed since series season 8,
there's a
19.
There's a Game of Thrones battle from season 6 that you haven't seen. There's a shot in the Flux trailer that looks exactly like that battle. So it's possible that
this is when like the horses versus the Centaurans or whatever the fuck.
Something like that. Yeah, it's like almost a mirror image of this battle from season 6 of Game of Thrones.
That's gonna be so shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't wait. It's gonna be so fucking funny.
Oh dear, I just need to put in some effort and do those Game of Thrones videos, don't I?
Probably.
Yeah, how's the Spyfall Rage going?
Getting close.
Great.
I've actually completed the the conclusion aspect of the video. I've just got to now do visuals for think I'm just finished with the Eiffel Tower, or about to enter the Daniel Barton bit where he does his speech, and then I'm just going to get to the end of the episode, and then that's roughly done, and then I'll send the rough cuts to you, Jeb and Marcus. Just watch for it, and then just anything notes I will take and adjust, and then it should be out by Halloween.
Great.
The same day as the first episode of Series 13.
Mm-hmm. Flux.
So get ready for that.
Indeed.
Yeah, from realistically, I have like 6 minutes of visuals to do left, and then it's rough. The rough bit of it is done. Once I get a day off this week, I should get around to finishing it. It will finally come out, and it probably won't be worth it. the wait.
I'm very much looking forward to the ecom reactions to Flux.
Oh yeah, that should be fun. That'll be very fun. Ha ha ha. None of us are going to take it seriously, and it's just going to be like, let's enjoy this fucking abysmal shit before we get back to, reality.
The edge of reality. Snake Dance and Kinder, I would have them on par, but for different reasons. They're quite different stories, and even though they both have the Mara, the approach is different. Like Kinder's a lot more Kinder's more like personal. It's more about like personal demons. And it does have world building in it, which is really good, but I think Snake Dance is more like, I don't want to say traditional, but it's got more like more of like a new world in it. So I guess you could say the world building is a bit more expansive. I don't know. I don't know what the word is, but I think both Kinder and Snake Dance are excellent. That's some of the highlights of Davison's era. But there's plenty of those. Surprisingly, there's plenty of highlights. I think Mordred Undead, apart from the continuity errors, is fantastic. Enlightenment is beautiful. Five Doctors is so much fun. The Awakening is a lot of fun. Resurrection is, Frontiers is great, and Resurrection is just like, it's just so bleak. and it really tests the leads. And then obviously Case of Androzani is a fucking masterpiece. So yeah. I would like to see you do an essay on Kinder and Snake Dance. Yeah, I reckon that's on the cards someday. Because they're really interesting stories that have a lot to unpack. But there's other stories I'd like to do as well. I'd love to do one on the Key to Time, because that one gets so much, like, especially the finale. People shit on the resolution, and it's just like, it's very similar to like how people always shit on Last of the Time Lords for having a quote unquote cop out ending. When people actually miss the point, it's the same thing with the Armageddon factor. There's actually a point to why the ending is the way it is, and for some reason people overlook it. And also, just like this, I've heard people say, like, I've heard Joey say this before as well, and Jacob, and they say things like, "Oh, the Tom Baker's so much fun, but the Fourth Doctor doesn't have a character," and it's just not true. It's just not true at all.
I very much doubt that.
Like, I've watched all of his stories now, and he absolutely has a character arc. It's just for some reason people don't acknowledge it exists. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of other stories I'd like to do videos on. I'd like to do one on Ark in Space. I'd like to do one on Mind of Evil. I'd like to do one on the Space Museum. I'd like to do one on like a lot of season 18 stories, actually, because I think that's one that has a lot to unpack. Like Worry's Gate, for example, has a lot. Keeper of Traken has a lot. Yeah. And yeah, there's many things. There is many things. Oh, I think Mind Warp would be another one, because like it's one of the ones that actually utilizes the Sixth Doctor as like a 3-dimensional character, which is really well done. I think it's really well done, and Perry as well. And then yeah, I don't know, maybe something like Ghostlight for McCoy. Because a lot of people don't understand what happens in it, because it doesn't have any exposition. Yeah. There's a lot I could do. I think Classic Who video essays is a niche that hasn't really been done yet. Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of new Who video essays out there, but I think Classic Who is one that a lot of people haven't done yet, and I think it's one that I could try and get into. But it's going to require a lot of motivation, because video essays they're a task. The Fifth Doctor needs a full-blown essay. Well, yeah, kinda, doesn't he? So many people don't understand this character.
Yeah.
Connor, what's your take on the Stones of Blood being the best episode of all time? Because I've heard that. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the best episode of all time. I think that's hyperbolic, but I do think the Stones of Blood is great. Well, no, End of Days is shit though, Game Trailer Prime. So no, that's that's a bad take. Like, because he compared Kinder to Satan Pit and Snake Dance to End of Days. But the biggest difference is the Satan Pit's great and the End of Days is crap. Because it's written by Chris Chibnall. Oh, Torchwood. Bloody hell. That was so fun watching that with Jake, actually, Torchwood. I didn't expect it to go so well. I was thinking, like, oh, it's going to be fun, like a little thing we do on the side. But actually, Torchwood with Jake was so much fun. Especially Cyberwoman.
Jesus, what a time that was.
Yep, I agree. Victoria Waterfield, that's another character that needs a video essay, because everyone just says, oh, she's a damsel and she screams, when actually she has a character. Like, she has anxiety and her father died. I mean, you've seen Tomb of the Cybermen and Enemy of the World, right? So you know a bit about Victoria. And that she has a very well-defined character in that she's got anxiety about travel and danger, but also she really really respects the Doctor and Jamie. And she's not just a damsel, like she has a lot of a lot to offer. Like an enemy of the world, she does quite a bit. Horns of Naimon essay would be amazing. I don't think it needs an essay. I think you just need to watch me and Lord Slar's reaction, because that's just so much fun. I mean, we basically break it down. It's like Anthony Reed wrote a mythological story about a labyrinth circuit board, and then due to the low budget, the director and the actors decided to actually instead do a parody of Doctor Who, and it's fucking hilarious. Like, bloody, the Doctor gives CPR to K9.
Okay.
No, I haven't seen Squid Game.
I haven't either, and I don't know. Well, I probably will at some point, because I know Zod watched it and said it was pretty pog. Oh, yeah. I think a lot of people are saying it's pretty pog, so I might watch it at some point.
I don't
to
know.
Be fair, a lot of Netflix shows lately.
I don't actually know what it is, to be honest.
I don't either, but apparently it's I can't remember what it's well, it's just a show that was obviously came out on Netflix. That is, I can't remember if it's no, I can't remember what
Ooh, the Time Monster. Yeah, that's a good shout actually, because everyone always says, oh, that's the silly one about like the penis jokes. And like it does have penis jokes in it, but people like overlook the fact that it's about pendulum theory and about Greek mythology. And it has one of Roger Delgado's best performances as the Master in it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Squid Game is a South Korean survival drama.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that apparently it is good. So I'll probably check it out at some point. And if it's good, I'll probably tell Connor to watch it at some point, like I've done with every Netflix show. That's good.
Yeah, well, you put bloody Haunting of Bly Manor on the on the Google Drive, and I still haven't watched
and
it.
Hill House.
Yeah,
and Hill House. Well, we're saving that.
The Suicide Squad as well.
Did I?
I can't remember.
Might.
Yeah.
Well, we're saving those. That's why they're there.
Full Circle. That's another one that would be great for a video essay. I mean, basically, most of season 18 is just chocker of video essay material, because it's very rich. It's very rich with themes, which is interesting because season 18 is often regarded as being shit because it's boring and about science, but it's actually really good, and I don't understand why. And it's also the Mandela effect. Everyone's just like, oh, Tom Baker phoned it in. It's like, no, he didn't. His performance is really good in it. He's like this world-weary, dying Time Lord that's, can sense the entropy in the universe. It's like, yes, Tom Baker didn't like performing on that set because he was sick of the job, but that doesn't mean that his performances were bad. He's actually really good in it. He just looks ill, but it's fine because, the character is actually dying, so looking ill isn't even that bad. It's just like some people's takes just don't make sense.
That seems to be a theme.
Like, the reason why they say that is because he's not bouncing off the walls like he was before. He's a lot more, reserved. And for some reason that means it's a bad performance, but it's not. It's just a different performance. A Space Pirates essay. Well, I think the problem with the Space Pirates is that 5 episodes are missing, so I think it would make it a very difficult task. I would probably have to wait until it was animated or found to do a video essay, because I don't want to do one with telesnaps. I don't think that would be worth it. But I think a lot of the assessment that me and Antonio did in the review is enough to give people stuff to think about. But if I were to do a Space Pirates essay, I would have to wait until an animation was done, because then I can actually use moving footage for the video. Well, Asmed, I think you should do one on the Smugglers, because I'm not going to. Because the Smugglers doesn't really have a plot. So what would I say about it? It's got fun characters in it, sure. Android invasion. I don't know if I have the passion to do one about the Android invasion. I just think it's a missed opportunity.
You know what other thing that looks fucking great right now?
What?
The Batman looks fucking sick.
Oh yeah.
Fucking trailer was fucking baller. I'm actually really fucking hyped for it.
Nice. Hopefully it's
Robert Pattinson's like a fucking great actor.
Oh yeah, he is. He always has been. It's just like I think he's just got stink on him.
Twilight was just so shit.
Yeah, but that's to do with the writing, not the acting.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And also, like,
you gotta
remember, like in Twilight, he had to put on an American accent.
Yeah, but even then, but here's the thing though. He watched a film not long ago called I think it's called. I can't remember what it's called. All the Devil. No, it's a Netflix film starring Tom Holland. Got Sebastian Stan. Got obviously Robert Pattinson. And he's fucking incredible in this film as an actor. Like, real great. Him and Tom Holland are great in it.
Even in bloody Goblet of Fire, when he was a green young man, he still does a really good performance as Cedric Diggory. Like some of the way he frames himself, I know it's direction, but the way he positions himself in front of camera and like expresses to the camera is really good. Like I think one example I can think of is like the scene. There's a scene in the maze where he's running around the maze, and the way he positions himself in front of the camera is really good. And then there's also there's another scene that I'm trying to think of. I can't remember which one it is. Oh, it's the one where he puts his bloody it's the one where he puts his name in the goblet. That's a great scene. Love that scene. That's also the one where Victor Crumb walks in and everyone goes quiet.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm really fucking looking forward to the Batman. Trailer makes it look real good.
Hopefully it's like on the same level as like, you know, Joker. That'd be cool.
That would be fucking awesome.
But without all the like tedious fucking arguments online that people seem to have about it.
It seems to be already. There's the fucking Snyder fans fucking can't deal with the fact that it exists.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
It's going to be way better than all the Snyder films anyway, so they can eat shit.
Yeah. Yep. Grey Show and the Galaxy and Happiness Patrol. Those are also ones that would be good for video essays. Happiness Patrol is kind of like, it's got the same thing that Aliens of London has, where like people think it's silly because it has like it has a character that's made of candy, and they're just like, oh, that's the shit one with the candy man. Like with the Aliens of London, they're like, oh, it's just farts. But actually, Happiness Patrol is like a metaphor for Margaret Thatcher's Britain and like the saccharine selling of you know, basically trying to market a future, which is very relevant today actually. And then Greatest Show in the Galaxy is like it's self-referential about the show, you know, about to be cancelled, or like it's like, you know, looking back on itself, and it's like a self-critical story about the show, but it's also really good like drama about, you know, a clown circus. And yeah, it's fucking great. It's really good stuff. Classic Who has so much material that you can make video essays on, and no one's done it. Oh, the bloody Crusade. That's another one I could do. Crusade is awesome. The only problem is 2 episodes are missing. I feel like someone needs to do one like on the Aztecs at some point. I guess the only person I've seen really do Classic Who video essays is Stu Bagfull, actually. Thinking about it. He's done them. But I think the way Stu Bagfull approaches essays are a bit different to how I would do them. Although there is one there's a video essay he did that I think is absolutely brilliant, like criticism. It's the one he did of 13 Reasons Why, and explaining why it's a bad show. That video essay is so well done. That's one of his best videos he's ever done, I think. Like, he talks about how the show is really stupid because it turns like a suicide into a mystery box and markets it rather than actually telling a drama about it. It would be like, you know like how It's a Sin is about the AIDS crisis. It would be like if at the start of It's a Sin, Richie Tozer, died of the AIDS virus, and then the whole story was like a 13 episode series about finding out like how he died, rather than actually seeing the journey, developing the characters, and then getting the event and telling a story about it rather than trying to jangle keys at the viewer. Yeah, don't watch 13 Reasons Why. It's garbage. It's terrible show. I think there's more substance in a story about suicide in stuff like Vincent and the Doctor, or like the last episode of Years and Years with Stephen Lyons, than there is in that show. That fucking scene though, when Tiana Miller's character walks in on him like with the gun in Years and Years, man. Oh my god. Well, they don't just look at Classic Who on the surface level, they look at New Who on the surface level as well. People look at New Who on surface level all the time. And a lot of the things that aren't necessarily surface level is just like random bullshit that people have made up about the show. Like a lot of people that praise like series 8 and 9, like the Capaldi era with Clara, they do that a lot. They just make up random bullshit that doesn't exist to justify it being good, and it's very strange. Because they're like, oh, but it's so deep and emotional. It's like, okay, can you give me some references? And then they'll say, oh, well, the show speaks for itself. Just watch it again. Yeah, there is a very graphic scene in 13 Reasons Why that was very controversial.
Didn't they cut it?
Yeah. I saw the version with the scene in it though, and oh boy.
Oh boy.
That was nauseating.
I'm yet to see it, and I probably will never want to, because it's probably going to be too graphic.
Honestly, I think. What have you? Because did you watch the show at all?
I actually watched the show like last year, and I was like, I watched it with commentary just so I could get through it, of just like a random YouTubers, and I was just like, it just got me through it. It was just fucking funny.
Yeah, it's mystery box bullshit, basically.
Oh yeah, it's real fucking stupid.
Yeah. You should watch Stu Bagfull's video essay on it because he tears it a fucking asshole, and it's great. It's like an unbridled rage on 13 Reasons Why.
Oh yeah, it's real fucking bad. But it's funny. It's got like a few decent actors in it, which is very funny.
OGA, now this is an interesting comment. He says, "I wish this fandom would start looking at art with more nuance instead of critiquing whether it's boring or not." Well, I agree with that statement, but I also am aware that you praised Angel's Take Manhattan for the reasons that you're criticizing. Because it's so engaging. Yeah,
what a stream.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will make Classic Who video essays, and I'll break the glass ceiling, and I'll say, "Oops." Yes, watch Stu's video instead of watching the show. The show's shit. It's not worth it.
It is pretty funny, though.
You don't need to make 3 seasons to tell that story. It's so stupid.
Well, the other 2 seasons aren't even to do with Hannah Baker, which is really funny.
No, it's just about making money from the audience.
Especially even the final season.
It's also like, people are like, oh, but it's an adaptation. I'm like, yeah, I know, the source material was also
Who
shit.
cares? Yeah, that literally means nothing.
Yeah.
The adaptation argument is stupid.
Yeah, it's so funny because it's like, also if you like try and criticize the Twilight series to people that love the books, they're like, oh, read the books. It's like, no, the books are shit too. Same thing with 50 Shades of Grey, like the books are shit too. It's just like, you know, not all books are good, guys.
And not all adaptations have to be strictly in line with the books or whatever. What?
There are some adaptations out there that are actually better than the books. It does exist.
And I imagine there are some that are better than
I reckon that Game of Thrones Season 1 is better than the first book. Because they're the same. They're an adaptation of the same events. I think the first season of the show is better than the first book. But I won't. That's it though, because after that point, the books are definitely better. Clash of Kings is definitely better than Season 2. One of the biggest reasons, well, 2 of the biggest reasons is Stannis and Robb as their storylines. And then A Song of Swords is definitely better than Seasons 3 and 4. And then A Feast of Crows and A Dance of Dragons are like in a fucking different universe to Season 5 and 6. So, and then, Season 7 and 8 aren't even adapted from everything. They're just, they just exist. They exist, and we're gonna tear them apart when we get to them, aren't we? Yeah. Unless, of course, they're good, but they're not.
Yeah.
I would imagine Blade Runner is better than Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Well, the problem with that is that the adaptation is so different, it's hard to compare them. Because I would say Blade Runner is more like, it's inspired by that book, but it's not really an adaptation.
I think probably a good time to wrap it up, I think.
Yeah. Alright then.
What a stream. What a frustrating experience. As it normally is, anyway.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to be next. I wonder what will be number 16.
From who's going to make another fucking Space Jesus line or whatever.
Yeah, but yeah, no. When I finally get back to making videos on the channel that aren't live streams, we've got the rest of my marathon to go with Worst of Classicu. We've got potentially, I'm not going to promise anything, but I might do videos on Series 13. I probably will, but we'll see what happens. Depending, the question is what I will be doing. I know I'll be doing something to do with Series 13, but I don't. The extent of what it will be and how many videos it will be is yet to be decided. And then there will be some kind of EDARs in the future. Unfortunately, I did announce on Twitter that the Advent calendar is not happening this year because I just don't have the time and the health and the motivation. And then there's also, I have to, edit all those Game of Thrones videos. We'll get to that at some point. And then some point next year, depending on... I'll have a think about it, but might want to do Torchwood and Sarah Jane. Because that'd be nice to actually be able to have seen all of those shows. And then if we really want to have a laugh, we'll do Class as well.
That's a little fucking side piece.
Yeah, and actually, considering it's a Sarah Jane thing, we might actually do K9 and Company too. That's quite short.
Yeah, that's pretty neat, maybe.
Yeah. It would be nice to say, be like, oh, yeah, I've seen all the Sarah Jane TV stuff. And then, if I can actually do it, if I can actually accomplish it like we've been discussing, maybe Classico video essays is on the table too. So yeah, lots of good stuff to potentially happen and look forward to, but I just got to get off my ass and do it, which unfortunately at the moment is difficult for reasons. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get there. I have already recorded the Twin Dilemma video with Adam Martin. I just need to edit it. Just need to find the time and the headspace to do that. And then once that's done, I can get back to season 22 with Colin Baker. Unfortunately, something has come up though with because I was going to originally have Antonio, who was also on the Space Pirates and Underworld videos. I was going to have him on Time Lash, but unfortunately he's had to pull out because of school, which is a shame because he's one of the only people I know that like loves that story. So I'm really having to like think about who I would have as a replacement, and it's really sad because it's like, well, he's like the perfect option. It's a bit like how like I don't want to replace Jake for the New Who reactions. It's like there's just no one that's gonna compare to that like authentic experience. And it's a similar thing. It's just like there's no one else that's going to be able to match what Antonio would have been able to give on that reaction. It's really sad. But yeah. But I've recorded the Twin Dilemma one. I've also recorded the Silver Nemesis one as well a while back, which is in the future. So yeah, after that I'll find someone for Time Lash, and then I'll be doing Time in the Rani with Will Maddox. I'll be doing Paradise Towers with Mason. I'll be doing Dragonfire with Joey. And then I'll be doing Dimensions in Time with a big group of people that'll probably be drinking.
Oh my god!
And then that means after that I'll only have one more Classic Who story left in the bag, and that'll be The Wheel in Space, which will be with Will Maddox. And I'm potentially willing to hold out for an animation, if that's on the cards, potentially for like later next year. Because I know they're doing The Abominable Snowmen next year, but if they announce that there's going to be a Wheel in Space animation like in a few months' time, and it comes out like next year, I'm actually potentially willing to hold out on it. And like, let's say for example it comes out, I don't know, maybe mid to late 2022. I'd be willing to do that, wait all the way until then to watch it as an animation rather than a recon. And then maybe I could do those videos that I plan to do for this year's advent calendar that got cancelled. I could hold them out and do them for like an advent calendar at the end of next year. That is an option. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, at some point I will have seen all of Classic Who. And once I've seen all of Classic Who, I can do video essays and I can rip apart people's shitty takes. Because people have a lot.
Oh my god!
People have a lot of shitty takes on Classic Who. Fucking hell.
They do.
Oh my god.
And I don't even know them all.
Oh shit! I don't think I got an answer to this. You may have answered it already, but what was your I can't believe I must have forgotten this. But what was your like motivation for wanting to do the Fifth Doctor marathon?
No, you did ask, and I said I just felt like it. Just wanted to watch it, and
like what was the specific?
Had a very good time.
What was like a specific thing? Like what was the specific?
I don't know. I just thought I should probably just start watching Classic Who more, because I'm not doing the reactions anymore. So I just thought I can just fucking binge a season.
And you decided you wanted to do Fifth Doctor.
Yeah, because I think I've watched a lot of his stories, and I've really liked what I've seen.
And I guess.
So I thought, let's just fucking watch it.
I guess you wanted to also like kind of work your way to Caves of Androzani as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Like after you've done Fifth Doctor, if you're gonna revisit it, what do you reckon you'll do next?
Probably I'd imagine maybe either Troughton or Baker.
Okay. You might want to wait for Troughton.
Possibly.
Because there's still a few stories that aren't finished.
That is true.
I think it's after because they've announced Abominable Snowmen, which means that The only animations left to do are the Highlanders, the Underwater Menace, the Wheel in Space, and the Space Pirates. So there's only 4 left. So I would say maybe you could wait until they've animated every episode missing. You could do that. I mean, it's up to you, really.
Oh, we shall see.
When you say Baker, I imagine you mean Tom Baker.
Yes.
That's quite a lot at 7 seasons.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
I reckon.
I mean, I might actually get through one in a week, but
yeah. You could also. Pertwee is quite a good jumping on point. You've already seen Spearhead from space.
Yeah, I have to. That is true.
You could do Pertwee. It's very consistent, and it has that, like, because there's a lot of recurring characters, it has that, like, constant world building.
Yeah,
and you'll get to see all of, like, Roger Delgado's master, and it'll also show you, like, the start of Sarah Jane as well, which is a character you're invested in.
That is also very true.
Yeah. Yeah. Good choices, though. I think Pertwee is a good jumping on point for Classico, I think, because it's the first one without missing stories, and I think it's got, like, really consistent quality, and it's also, I don't know, it's a good one. It's a good one. I think, doing Pertwee and Baker back to back is actually a good one, because, like, they don't link necessarily, but there is a carryover of sorts.
Yeah. Not a bad shout.
It'll be interesting, though, when you do Tom, and then you get to see season 18, and you get to see, like, what happened before season 19. You know, the build up to, like, when you met Adric, Nessa, and Tegan. There's also the potential option of doing seasons 25 and 26, because you've seen Remembrance of the Daleks.
Yeah.
And just skipping 24, because you don't really need to see that one.
Not right now, no.
Yeah. And, like, you've already seen Silver Nemesis as well.
Yes, I have.
So that means you've only got, what, like 6 stories left for Late McCoy. You got Happiness Patrol, Greatest Show in the Galaxy, and then all of season 26. Yeah. I'm trying to get Jebin to Big Finish.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter.
Yeah. The early main range is very good, especially with Colin and Paul. We need an opinion on Delta and the Bannerman. Do you really, though?
Do you really want that?
Do we really? Do we really? I've seen Delta and the Bannerman 3 times, and I don't understand what happens in it. That's one that actually confuses me. I'm like, because I understand Kinder, I understand Ghostlight, I understand Warrior's Gate, and I understand, like, Time Monster and all these stories that apparently people think are confusing. I understand them absolutely fine. I understand, like, some of the New Who ones as well. But Delta and the Bannerman, like, I don't fucking understand what happens in that. It's so weird. No, Davison's not Man Big Finish. He's great. Davison is great. Great Doctor.
2018, Connor said he was bottom.
Yeah, I know. Well, to be fair, I said he was bottom apart from Jodie Whittaker, but we didn't rank her at the time.
That is very true.
But I put him. I put him below Matt.
Easily the worst.
I put him below Matt Smith though, and I regret that. He's definitely better than Matt Smith in my opinion. Better characterized, more consistent performances, better character development, and better comedy too. Honestly, he's much funnier. He doesn't have any of that, like, really weird sexual cringe that Smith had. And seasons 19, 20, and 21 are all like leagues and bounds better than fucking series 6 and 7. Yeah. Yes, Delta and the Bannerman is about green babies. That is correct.
Green babies.
Yeah, it's such a weird story. Like this woman gives birth to a green baby, and it starts out as a prosthetic like green baby, but then it turns into an actual baby painted green. So weird.
All right.
Anyway, I think that's enough of that. We'll see you next time. Jam that jam. Yeah.
And praise the Lord that is Space Jesus,
yes,
10th Doctor.
Yes, I expect Space Jesus to be there at full gear.
Bye, everyone.
Boy.
Bye.
Oh yeah, did you watch Dynamite?